Well, folks, good day to you one and all, and welcome to a slightly delayed start. 6-hour Enduro series from Nordschleife, Germany. In fact, the longest circuit that is Grand Circuit race in Germany in the box today. So, the voice of Mr. Motorsports. Well, frankly, we saw what happens in Grand Prix racing, and now we've seen what happened in iRacing.
Yes, how's it going? And welcome to everybody watching this production. We come to live from the second Gear production studio from the city of Nürburgring, Germany, Nordschleife. That is the Green Hell. That is the full 20.64 kilometer Enduro circuit right here at Nürburgring. 18 degrees Celsius out, about 11 km on the wind. Track temperature is more or less the same than the outside temperature, 6.1 meters above the sea level. The qualifying is almost done and dusted, and this is the final round of the iRSA 6-hour Enduro, and today's event is brought to you by ASAP Motorsports in Pretoria.
Well, thanks very much to ASAP, Mr. himself coming online and supporting iRacing. So, Frank, probably, well, in fact, it is the longest lap in national racing. So,
Yeah, 20.64 Ks, nearly 21 Ks for one lap, and this was the home of Sabina Schmidt that passed away a couple of months ago. She used to be known as Miss Sabina Rek when she raced touring cars here in South Africa, and she was the queen of the Green Hell, as it was known then and still is known for that matter, there in Germany in Nürburgring. So I think the qualifying session should be something of the past as we get ready to start the 6-hour Enduro for iRSA Racing, sponsored by ASAP Motorsports in Pretoria, West Gauteng.
so this is going to be pretty interesting. Not the first one that we've had in the iRacing world in South Africa. We've had numerous of these 6-hour events, and while they're pretty popular, I think we can have the better part of around about 13 car driver combinations out there. So around about 26 to 28 drivers, in fact, taking part in the series as such. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go before we get going with the race itself. So we had a qualifying, we had a practice session, then we had a qualifying session, and then there was a glitch in the iRacing system. Keeping in mind that at that point when we had a look on the inside information we could pick up from iRacing, there was over 6,000 people worldwide that were connected to iRacing at that point. How many thousand there is in total? Well, it's probably 100,000 plus. Probably close to 150,000 people worldwide that are linked to iRacing as such. So I suppose it's understandable they get a glitch every now and again. But a big thanks to Jaco Steyn, Jaco Foster, Mike Verrier, and Sandra Bakari that do the necessaries in the background to make it possible for us to do what we do with iRacing in South Africa. Numerous different series that we've been running: the touring cars, the Masters, the Porsche Cup, and the MSA GTE series. That's the one that carries the MSA title, and that's going to be the GT3 series as such when it restarts. That will probably be around about the 4th week in January that will be starting up with the next session there, and that then brings in the best of the best in South African iRacing that gets involved with that. So having said all that, let's have a look at the grid.
Right, so here we go with Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris on road number 1. Road 2 is Luke Lucchesi and Wayne Wortley. Row 3, Jaco Foster and Herman Lazarus. Row 4, Raymond Duggan, Jaco Steyn. And row 5, first time in the Enduro, is Cape Town's Ryan van Eden. And on his outside is Mike Verrier. And I think Mike could then be the first of the master drivers.
Yep. Rob van Heerfer with Stephen Koenig, Nathan Victor, the young lad, GTI Challenge lad from Cape Town, Willem Botha, and then Johan Engelbrecht in the Gazoo Racing team coming off the tail end of the pack.
So we are about to go racing shortly for 6 hours here at the Nürburgring, the Enduro circuit brought to you by ASAP, new and used motor spares and second gear productions. Waiting for the cars to all grid. The Porsche Cup car is the safety car that will lead them around the circuit, and then we will be all good to go. Well, it is a full lockout of Durant Motorsport on the front row of the grid. Those two AMG Mercedes-Benz cars of Byron Mitchell in pole and Julian Familiaris, they are going to be the guys to catch today. But look who's right in there behind him. He is actually the first of the Masters. That is Luke Lucchesi, not Mike Verrier, that I said earlier on. And he's going to want to have a go at those two Durant Motorsport cars. Luke's teammate for today will be none other than Francois Hubert. And the two of them, I must say, when it comes to the 6 hour enduro, they make a pretty mean team. Then Jacques Botha is there in that fourth position, and he sits there just on the outside of Luke Lucchesi as the safety car moves off the line. And it's a combination of Porsches, of Mercedes-Benz cars, of BMWs. There's a couple of Audis that also chucked in the mix in this category. Then there's also McLaren cars. I don't think any of the drivers are out there in the McLaren sports cars or Lamborghinis for that matter. I think the majority of the cars will be Ferraris, BMWs, Mercedes-Benz cars and Audis. So that is the logos of the cars that you see there next to the names of the drivers as the safety car leads them around the Nürburgring.
So Frankie, how do you memorize Nordschleife?
You don't.
You
No,
don't.
you don't. It's nearly 21 k's of pure hull. That's why it's known as the green hull. It is there in the mountain and the forest areas in Germany, not far from the city of Nürburgring. And it is a beautiful piece of countryside, I'm led to believe. And it is set there in that the countryside. The Grand Prix circuit is only a very, very, very small portion of this one. So the red lights are on, they're coming around those final corners now, and pretty soon we're going to go green. As a matter of fact, I think they have gone green already. That just caught us off guard there. The red lights were on, the lights went off, and we are on lap number 1. We are underway, and it is Byron Mitchell that sits out there in P1. Durant Motorsport is sitting there in that first and second position. Mitchell is the man that's leading him around. The Familiaris there in that second position. Then you've got Jacques Botha that's there in that third place. So it's the Mercedes-Benz cars first and second so far. And then it is BMWs that are sitting out there in that third and fourth position. It is
First of the Masters, in fact, is Luke Lucchesi that finds himself in fourth position overall.
on the opening laps. We will stick there to see exactly where they all are because they're right there with each other. As a matter of fact, Luke Lucchesi's got Dolacek and Stephen McCarthy right there with them. Although McCarthy is sitting second overall in the Masters category with Willem Botha in that third position. But we ride aboard here with Team Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchesi. That is sitting there in that third position is Luke Lucchesi. And he is right on the back bumper there of Jacques Botha.
That's very easy right now is the whole sway. So any Mercedes-Benz out there, Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris, the Durant Motorsport boys, the only guys and the only ones brave enough, or correctly speaking, setup-wise, that got it right, they got it right, they do fancy the Mercedes-Benz. Historically, we have seen that.
Yes, I remember when we did the one at Mount Panorama Bathurst. They used those Mercedes-Benz AMG GT cars and they were absolutely dominating that race for 6 hours. Needed to run motorsport. As we look at the cockpit cam there of Jaco Forster, 14 deep together links, sitting there in that Ferrari in that 5th position. We'll put up the intervals for you now, because Jaco Forster's right on that back bumper there of Luke Lucchesi. There you see only 2/10 of a second separating Lucchesi in P4 and Forster in that 5th position.
Look at that. Troy Dolicic right in the back of Mr. Raymond Duggan, and sitting very, very close to him as tight as what he possibly can. Nice to see that everybody took it very calm on the get-go, and there's been no problems whatsoever for anybody. They've all made it off the line, and realizing that around about 6 minutes a lap around the circuit, about 6:26, 6:27 seemed to be about as good as it gets. And the two Mercedes-Benz in the colors of Durant Motorsport already leading out, but there's that back third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah, third, fourth, and fifth. That is Berta Lucchesi and Forster. And then behind them, Herman Lazarus that's sitting there in that 6th position. He has got Raymond Duggan and Troy Dolicic in there. That's that second group of cars behind the group that we're riding on board with now. As we have a look at that front right-hand suspension there of Team Pantera Racing, Luke Lucchesi's BMW, 5/10 of a second between himself and the other beamer there of Jacques Buerta, that is in that 3rd position. As it goes, is very tricky, bank the left-hander and then off camber, chucks you to the right-hand side, and down in the distance you can see those two AMG Mercedes-Benz BMWs of Mitchell and Familiaris pulling away. But that fight for 6th position, that's what I want to have a look at there. They come towards us. And Herman Lazarus is there in P6. And he's got Raymond Duggan, Troy Dolicic, and Ryan van Eden right in there. There Van Eden comes into view. He's the last car in that screen. And they are chasing down at this point of view that 6th position. And at this point in time of Herman Lazarus. But there's still a long way to go. Only 4 minutes, 35 seconds out of 6 hours done.
Looking at the ducking and dive, you get the impression that Dolicic wasn't happy with his qualifying position, and realizing that the frequent flyers are going to be getting away at the front end of the field, he has to get past Raymond Duggan and quickly, because already Raymond Duggan has dropped the better part of a fair amount of track space off the back of Herman Lazarus. Herman Lazarus has not been able to hold him to Jaco Forster. He's over 3.5 seconds already. And that's just, well, not even a completed lap. Still got about a minute and a quarter before they the lap. So I think Dolicic is pretty under pressure at this stage of the fight to get past Raymond Duggan and then not let Herman Lazarus, there you see Herman Lazarus in front, and to not let that man get away in front.
Yeah, well, Duggan is right in there. He is second behind Lazarus, and a 1/10 of a second behind him, as you see on the screen there, is Troy Dolicic. Now, Troy will be saying to Duggan, get a move on, let's get going, because Ryan van Eden is 2.2 seconds behind me, and if he can close up on us, we can have a 3-way fight. That's not exactly what Troy needs at this point in time, but it does look as if they are now getting away from Van Eden. At one stage it was 1.9, it went to 2.2, 2.3, it's now gone to 2.5. So even on lap number 1, they are beginning to get away there under Ryan van Eden as Dolicic has a look up on the inside of Duggan. They are side by side. That's that long straight that they're going down, and if he can get his nose ahead of Duggan, you'll fancy a go there at Herman Lazarus as well.
Woo, that was just that he made it through the onto the curbstones. Lazarus looks like he climbs on the brakes fairly late to try and not whack from behind by Dolicic that had picked up the slipstream and was right there on, but looks like Dolicic's going to make a move sooner than later, and Dolicic pops up on the inside line, and there you look in the camera mirror in the center of that dashboard of his, and you can see he just blasts away from the cars that they just passed. Unfortunately, Rob van der Heever had a bit of a problem earlier on,
That's that new team of Rob van der Heever and Johan Erasmus is his teammate. They've gone one lap down, as a matter of fact, as they are out there in that TAU Energy Drink SA Ferrari, and they've had a problem of their own there. And oh, there's another accident there at the back. We just went live, and we saw somebody hammer that ball. That's Duggan. That was Raymond Duggan that got it all wrong. He made slight contact there with Herman Lazarus, and that sent him slamming into the Omco barrier.
Well, I think he was trying to miss Herman Lazarus.
Correct.
In trying to miss Herman, that is what happened to him. So unfortunately, and that then brought Ryan van Ierden into play. Because there comes Ryan van Ierden, he just keeps his foot down, he says, please down outside the circuit, and he pops through, and Ryan van Ierden makes up.
Yeah, so van Ierden is another man that's on the move there due to that situation. This is a replay.
And in fact, Willem Botha.
Yeah, so Willem Botha in that replay also makes the move there on Raymond Duggan. And Duggan is now losing ground big time. He's all the way down there in P10 as Luke Lucchesi. That's a replay of Luke Lucchesi for Team Pantera Racing in the Red Bull Racing Beamer. Hammers the Omco barrier, and he will surely be overtaken there by Herman Lazarus. Let's have a look and see. Yes, Lazarus did get his nose in.
I think there's been a lot of damage on the front of that car. That was pretty much a nose first that he went in. So I'm pretty sure you're going to find at the end of lap number 1, Luke Lucchesi is sitting with a problem, and he in fact looks like he went off track the second time. Oh, that was just the after going into the wall. He tried to get out of the way, so that car looks like it's not thinking correctly, and now he's had that situation there, and well, that's going to cost him dearly. And that was the leading Masters entry that had that point. Also had part of that incident.
Yes, it was. You'll have a look and see now. There he gets nailed by Engelbrecht when he tried to get that BMW. He's back on track again. So that is a double, maybe even a triple whammy out there for Luke Lucchesi.
And now you've got a situation that looks back to get back to the pits, and Stephen Turney goes past him. So Luke Lucchesi dropping down, desperately down the order. But Byron Mitchell doing what he does best.
Yeah, Luke is all the way down now in that 14th position, and surely is going to have to take that BMW to the pit area. But no problems up front for the Run Motorsport team. Mitchell sitting out there in P1, 1.5 seconds behind the Familiaris in that second place. They're going to come up and put a lap shortly on Rob van der Heever. They nearly a minute behind Rob before they catch him, but Van der Heever has already gone one lap down. He's sitting out there in 15th and last position. Is Van der Heever, and his teammate for today is Johannes Erasmus. As we watch those BMWs disappear down the road, Jacques Botha sitting there in that third place. This is a replay of Rob van der Heever. This is one we saw earlier on when he just stepped out going into the right-hander, and he had to fight to get that Ferrari back out on track once again off that grass area.
That frankly doesn't explain why he's actually a lap down. He did go off track, back on track. I didn't see any other incidents for Van der Heever at all, but yes, he does find himself a lap down, and well, that's a pity for him at this stage of the fight. Jaco Foster that had a bit of a bumpy start with this one, held on behind the Jacques Botha in the absence of Luke Lucchesi that picked up the problem, and let's see where he's looked like now. Is he working his way around? He's working his way around the circuit. Let's see exactly where Luke Lucchesi is on track. Oh, still a long way to go. We'll see the number 14, that's position number 14, and that long snake of grey starting off with number 1. That is the lead cars as they work their way around the circuit. So Luke Lucchesi finds himself a long way back. I don't believe that that car is on pace at the moment right now either, as we go back to the Jakob Forster on a Jacques Water battle.
Yeah, that's going to be a lovely one. That is a Jakob Forster in the Ferrari, and ahead of him is Jacques Buerta in that BMW. Then you see the BMW of Buerta just ahead there of Forster. 6 tenths of a second between Buerta and Forster as we ride aboard here with that Porsche of sorry, not the Porsche, Jakob Forster in the Ferrari, and he is catching up onto that back end there of that Jacques Buerta BMW.
Well, that's a long, long piece of straight that they're working down, and he had the initiative pace-wise because of the slipstream, but by the time he got to the back of Jacques Buerta, it was too late. They got quickly bits, and well, that was as far as that one was going to go. He wasn't going to get any closer than that, so now he's going to have to hold sway where he is and try and get into the correct position once they get into the longer straights, where it's much safer, if you can call it safe, pass on this Nordschleife circuit. And massive big thanks to ASAP New and Used Parts that are the main sponsors, the headline sponsor, the only sponsor of this 6-hour event.
I don't know why I called that Porsche a Ferrari. It's definitely not a Ferrari. It is German engineering at its best there. Jakob Forster, and he's got that the Porsche only 5 tenths of a second in there behind the BMW of Jacques Buerta, and that's what 5 tenths of a second looks like. He's riding the back end of that BMW, and on lap 3 with 14 minutes done, he's still got this fight out there for third position between Buerta in the BMW and Forster in that Porsche, and that Porsche is right on the case there of that BMW, and eventually, Gary, Luc Lucchesi has limped into the pit lane. It's taken him a heck of a long time.
Up here he stands. They've got limited quick, so it won't stand here for a long time. But being the fastest in the Masters category, it's going to be a long, long fight back from there.
Right, so Luc Lucchesi for Team Pantera Racing makes his way out. He finds himself in 15th and the last position. Right, let's go through the classes. Elite is being led there by Byron Mitchell, as we still watch Luc Lucchesi make his way around the circuit. Byron Mitchell leading out the elite category and leading the race overall, and he's nearly 2 seconds on track ahead there of Familiaris, both Durant Motorsport cars sitting first and second at this point. Then nearly 7 seconds behind them in third position is Jacques Buerta, but he has got that Porsche of Jakob Forster 3 tenths of a second in there behind him. Now P5 is the BMW of Dolacek, and it was 2.1, that's gone to 1.9, hovering around 2 seconds, which means that he now at 1.9 seconds is closing up there. You can visually see him close up there on Jacques Buerta and Jakob Forster.
Well, there's the proof of what Frank has just been saying to you. Troy Dolacek, 6 minutes 28.7, 6 minutes 31 flat for Jakob Forster. So that means 1.3 seconds that is taken out. 1.9 behind, 1 lap from now, all things being equal. And it'll probably be a bit quicker than that, because once you pick up the slipstream, if he can get close enough to get into the slipstream when you get onto that long straight, he will then divide that time. Ready?
Yeah, for Team LDR Racing is Troy Dolacek sitting out there in that fifth position in car number 6, that BMW. The replay of Team Beat Together, Stephen Koenig in BMW 71, going into that right-hander.
Nice
and
drift.
the tail just stepping out of that BMW of Koenig. His teammate, as usual, is Janeman Krios.
Well, Frankie, I must say, a nice glide and slide, but unfortunately that is not what you need when it comes to Nürburgring.
No, you don't want to glide and slide it around there. There's not too much runoff area, if any. And if you get it wrong there, you're into an Omca barrier, into a tire wall, into a concrete wall, but you're into something. That's for sure. Another replay at the Adenauer in car 88.
Ooh,
He
one
just
Elbrach
made,
going slow.
yeah, he just got the overtaking maneuver done there on the 99 car of Engelbrecht.
Well, Engelbrecht did have an offset. Let's see. Oh, that's still from the contact with Luc Gutierrez. Hence the fact that Engelbrecht is still running slower. So Luc's been in, but it looks like Johan Engelbrecht has not been in to fix any of that damage, and I think that's counting against it.
Yeah, no, he didn't go into the pits, and obviously he's got a car that is crippled at this point in time, so he's nursing a damaged motor car around the circuit. Is Johan Engelbrecht. There's Herman Lazarus. He is in that sixth position. He's 17, nearly 18 seconds behind Golacek, but he's only 1 second ahead of Willem Botha. There's Botha right in there behind Herman Lazarus. So those two BMWs are chasing each other down. Willem Botha for Gazoo Racing, busy working his way around is Willem Botha. So let's see if he can make a move there on Lazarus. That's just ahead of him in that blue BMW.
As we can see, Byron Mitchell, Julian Familiari started on the front row of the grid for Durant Motorsports, the sole lone two Mercedes-Benz out there, and they are in the position that they qualified, which is fantastic for them. Up one is Jacques Botha, up one is Jaco Forster, up 8 positions. Remember I said it looked like Troy Dolenchik was not happy with where he had qualified, and that he was in a situation where he desperately needed to get through Raymond Duggan and then start closing up on those front runners so that it remained a same day, same game kind of scenario. And well, it looks like he managed to achieve that without any times going off circuit or anything like that. And he held it all together pretty neatly. So although Jacques Botha finds himself in third, 6 seconds off the back of Julian Familiaris, Troy Dolenchik has got small gaps with everybody else that is out there on circuit just in front of him. There you can see Troy, Jaco, and Jacques, all of them in the same frame with Troy Dolenchik, as we said, in position. So let's have a look at the last lap times that they've actually done. You can see Troy Dolenchik 6:28 as opposed to, well, there we go, that's the new times, a 6:29. So Jaco Forster has turned up the week, and so has Troy Dolenchik on a 6:27.7. So it took 1.3 seconds out of Jaco Forster on that lap. So plan A is not successful in terms of where he qualified. Plan B in rectifying that is going very well for Troy Dolenchik. As we see, Willem Botha has in fact passed Herman Lazarus. Let's have a look at that one. It's on that long straight, dives it out, takes the toe, keeps his foot flat. Two similar type of vehicles, so nothing much in the straight line speed apart from the fact that having that slipstream is evidence that that is definitely the way to go. Where you want to pass, that's the easiest way to get through. Troy Dolenchik, 1.4 seconds off the back of Jaco Forster, but Jaco Forster is now only 0.8 back from Jacques Botha. So that's a pretty decent one. Let's see if we can pick up the races per class. That gives us a rough idea, but unfortunately it's not correctly loaded. Let's go to race overall, and that will give us the race overall positions as well with the last lap times there. So let's have a look, see who's been sweating it out with the off tracks. Ryan van Eden is the highest with 7 points against him, 4 for Luc Easy for that off. He had Jacques Botha with 3, 2 for Troy Dolenchik. Stephen McCarthy once again, Jaco Forster once again, into Byron Mitchell once again, flawless out there, not having off tracks to bait. So
Right, so it is Mitchell that's still sitting out there in P1 from Familiaris, that's there in that second position. There we see the two of them come through. Nearly 2.7 seconds between Familiaris and the man ahead of him, Byron Mitchell, for Durant Motorsport 9 and Durant Motorsport 10. And they are 6.8 seconds ahead of Jacques Botha. There we see Jacques Botha, but Jacques Botha that is making his way around. It's still got Jaco Forster right in there with him, and Troy Dolacek is getting closer. Dolacek is getting a whole lot closer there to him, and then they got a 21-second gap on Willem Botha. Has Dolacek that sits out there in that fifth position, but he's only 1.3 seconds behind Forster, who's once again just under a second behind Jacques Botha. Here comes Herman Lazarus. He's sitting out there in that seventh position, and he's 5.7 seconds ahead of that Ferrari of Raymond Duggan, who in turn is 19.5 seconds ahead of the April 24/7 and Sujin property car there, and that is a Audi R8 of Steve McCarthy that's there in that 10th position. He's only 2.8 seconds ahead of Atinagel. Atinagel in that Porsche is not too far behind that man you see on screen there, namely Stephen McCarthy, as McCarthy works his way around. So let's have a look at who's lying first, second, third, fourth, and fifth in all the classes. The elite class is led by Byron Mitchell from Jacques Botha, from Kodolacek, Atinagel, and Stephen Koenig.
Thank you. That's in fact incorrect because it's not showing the RS.
Yes, this is true,
They in fact did not enter correctly, or the computer didn't. And for that reason, it doesn't show on the class as it should. So it is in fact the two Mercedes-Benz, the German Motorsport guys, Byron and Julian, and then the next one is in fact Jacques Botha. So Jacques Botha doing a lovely job at this stage of the fight for the PHP champs. Then it is Jaco Forster also in the elite class. Remember, his teammate Dan Spammers, a frequent flyer out there as well.
I actually picked it up when I mentioned that it didn't sound right to me, and then you said, Frankie, but at least I didn't think, of course, yes, because I did miss that familiar RS Mercedes-Benz there. But I'll tell you what, Troy Dolacek is not missing Jaco Forster, because he's only 0.2 of a second behind Jaco Forster in that fight there for that fourth position. So Dolacek is right on his skate. As a matter of fact, you see the car a bit further down the road. That is Jacques Botha, and he's nearly 2.7 seconds ahead of Forster, who's now coming under immense pressure from Dolacek. A 10th of a second is nothing. You can cover that with the proverbial handkerchief, never mind a blanket. That's how quick these guys are, and that's how close Dolacek is there to Forster, right in there ahead of him. And Willem Botha, my goodness, 23 seconds behind them. But we've got to keep an eye on this fight between Jaco Forster, 0.2 of a second, which is nothing, ahead there of Troy Dolacek in P4 and 5.
Let's see the gap. There's the gap to Jacques Botha. Let's go back from Jacques Botha. You see that is the group behind them. So for the likes of the Jaco Forster, he looks up of the front windscreen. That little red dot, that is what his target is, and that red dot's called Jacques Botha.
Yeah, and that's what 3 seconds looks like between Botha and Dolacek has got him. There you see him go around him, and Dolacek has got his nose up ahead there of Jaco Forster. He's now 0.2 of a second ahead there of Jaco Forster. Let's have a look and see, will Forster fight back, or will Dolacek pull away from Jaco Forster? Jaco Forster for team heap together links. He's not going to allow Dolacek to just disappear down the road like that. But Dolacek is already closing the gap there on Botha. It was 3 seconds when Forster was behind him. It's now 2.1 seconds because it's no longer Forster. It's now Dolacek that's chasing Jacques Botha.
Well, that little red dot has now become a little red block, as you say. It's closing all the time.
It's getting bigger and brighter.
Now bigger and brighter. Red dot now all of a sudden looks exactly like the tail end of Jacques Botha. So let's have a look for Jacques Botha. What does he see in front of him? A whole lot of nothing. What is coming up behind him? Well, if you go over the hill, it's fine. But when you go up the rise on the other side, look at the elevation on this Nordschleife track. Amazing video footage that's been taken of this track and converted into iRacing data that gives us the picture that we see now. But speaking of data, Julian, familiar is all over the back end there, 0.312 of Byron Mitchell. So Byron Mitchell having broken away from Julian. It's a story now.
Yeah, that's changed completely because all of a sudden, as Gazza was saying, there Julian is crowding the back end of him, and I
There
think
was a
he must
problem.
have had it off. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think he must have had it off, and there you can see on the replay that there was that off, and Byron Mitchell spins it around, taps the Armco barrier, catches it very nicely indeed, and then he loses that position there to Familiaris.
Van Eden finds himself going into the pit lane, so that's one of the first normally timed stops. We can refer to it like that. But, well, that's turnaround. Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris, lovely stuff as they go. Troy Dolenchik, what did you say, Frank? 2 what? Let's make that point north or point less than a second.
Yeah, Familiaris took that position away from Mitchell, but I see that he's given it back there to Byron Mitchell again. So Byron's still sitting out there in P1. Familiaris is there in that second position. Jacques Bertha 5.1 seconds behind them, but it's now 7/10 of a second. And look how quick Dolenchik has pulled away from Jaco Forster. He's now 2.2 seconds ahead of Forster. He just dropped Jaco Forster in his pursuit there to go after Jacques Bertha.
Frank, tell folks at home a little bit about all this, shall we call it sign writing, livery, what's the right word for it, that is on the circuit. That's pretty epic and something that is historical at this specific circuit.
Yeah, that's been coming on for ages. That is when they're not racing on that track. The track is normally open for people to go and have, I don't want to use the word fun, but they're allowed to go out on the circuit with their own cars. And then they basically write on the track that they were here or they attended a race event. But they tend to do that obviously when it's not a live circuit. And then they literally leave their mark by saying that they were there, and that's been going on at that circuit for decades and decades.
So, Troy Dolenchik having made the move on Jaco Forster, now having made the move on Jacques Wood. Remember, it was Jacques Wood, Jaco Forster, and Luke Kezi were the guys that were together when Luke Kezi went off. Luke Kezi going into the pits, dropping right to the back end of the field, now finds himself between the 14 and 15 seconds off the back end of Johan Engelbrecht. So, leading masters out there, Frankie.
Well, the leading masters, as I see there, is the man that's sitting in P6, and that is Herman Lazarus, and he's 32.7 seconds behind Jaco Forster. Then it will be Willem Botha that is sitting overall in 8th position. Then third will be the man that's in P10. That will be Stephen McCarthy. Directly behind him, Johan Engelbrecht, and then Luke Lokesi. And then that's about it, because I think the Van der Heever team is an elite team but that I cannot verify. I'm not sure exactly under which category he and Johannes Erasmus fall.
So Rob Van der Heever with that well, the second color, if you want to call it that, ever used by Ferraris, the yellow, and saying, come on, can we go forwards, backwards, let's make it playing it. That pass to Ryan van Eden, as it was Van Eden that went off circuit. Let's see what that correct. Yep, that's Ryan van Eden. It's sideways body, then turns, and that's around about there. That tries to get it off the circuit, waiting for a car to come through, reverses it back, and then it's decisive to make this not to cause any damage to anybody else. And while that was all on the go, Jacques Bertha also had a bit of an off getting onto the top end of that corner that's got there's more than one of them. It's got very banked inside line and then the balance of the track on the outside. There's only two versions to that. One's on the inside, one's on the outside. You go off that inside line, you get what happened there. You drift straight to the inside. Going back live and going back to our leader, Byron.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell sitting out there in P1. He's 1.3 seconds ahead there of Familiaris in that second position. But I'll tell you what, Garth Villiers will just want these Durant Motorsport drivers to come home first and second. Right now, there'll be no team orders between these guys because we've got a long, long way to go in this one. Dollar Check is there in that third position and he's the quickest man on track. 6:25.981 for Troy Dollarcheck setting up there in P3. That's the fastest lap been posted there by Dollarcheck, and he's 5.1 seconds behind Familiaris. Is that man you see on screen there with Team LDR sitting in that third position in that BMW. So Dollarcheck has got the hammer down and he's going after Mitchell and Familiaris, and he's 1.9 seconds ahead of Jacques Buerta. That is there in that fourth position. There you see Dollarcheck go through. There he goes. Dollarcheck, and he's a pursue for Familiaris. And then not too far behind him is Jacques Buerta and Jaco Forster. There goes Buerta. We'll see him come over the rise there. Buerta, and if we stay with that shot, we'll see there comes a Forster, only 1.2 seconds behind Jacques Buerta in P4 and P5.
So, with those in thought that the last lap, Troy Dollarcheck was 4 seconds quicker than Julian Familiaris. We're going to take a short break and we will come back to you shortly. right, folks, and we are back with you again. And as we said when we left, the man to watch is young Troy Dolenchik, the man that is making his mark on the national circuits in the SN Formula 1600 national class. He said earlier on he did not have the initial take-off that he wanted in this race in terms of a good qualifier. He worked his way pretty quickly through the pack, and he's now up for the fastest lap times. In fact, the fastest, let's have a look at the best times. I think still Troy, yes, a 6:25.9, and the last laps that was done by Troy was a 6:26.5, so still almost a half a second short of Julian Familiaris, now down to 3.6. While we were off air, Frankie was saying, look up those Julian and Byron are running to one another. Does that slow one another down, or do they gain from one another that they leapfrog down the straight? So let's have a look, see, are they going to stay exactly where they are? Because I know that you're not motorsport management are very, very wake up as to how to put these type of events together and to plan and strategize correctly in terms of pit stops, the length of pit stops, tire changes, lift and coast, you name it. They've got the whole package, and they will be very aware of Troy Dolenchik, that is the quickest man out there right now.
Yeah, well, Dolenchik is certainly flying. Remember that his teammate is Nathan Victor, so that is a Cape Town-based team of Troy Dolenchik and Nathan Victor. Troy is doing the first stint. He'll obviously then hand over to Nathan Victor a bit later on, but definitely by now the Durant Motorsport team will know that this young man is coming. He's only 3.3 seconds behind the combination of Mitchell and Familiaris that you see going through on your screen, and there he is. 3.2 seconds between Familiaris and Dolenchik, and Troy has got the missile lock there on Familiaris. Now he is 5.8 seconds ahead of Jaco Forster is Troy, but Jaco has got Jacques Buerta in there behind him. Only 0.5 of a second separate the Porsche from the BMW as the two of them work their way around. Jaco Forster for team heaped together links. He's sitting there in that fourth position, and he's now only 0.2 of a second behind the ahead of the BMW of Jacques Buerta. So Buerta is the man that's on the move there. He has got his gun sight set there on Jaco Forster has Jacques Buerta, and that is the fight there. The 43 minutes almost done for that Forster fourth position.
Well, trying very, very hard. Let's have a look at the progress back to the top end by Mr. Luc Bekesi himself. And the first passing maneuver that Luc Bekesi did on his comeback was to get past Johan Engelbrecht. You can see that's the passing maneuver on Johan Engelbrecht. And then not that long after that, caught up to the back end of Sandro Bakari. And up a position there on Sandro Bakari, and Sandro Bakari was going past him as he came out of the pit, so that moved up to get another position. So that looking smart right now. Back to that little battle, Jacques Buerta and Forster.
Now that is the one that you want to have a look at. Never mind the combination of Mitchell and Familiaris. We know that that one's going to stay exactly as it is for now. But it is that fight for that fourth position. Jaco Forster in the Porsche, 0.7 of a second ahead of the Jacques Buerta BMW in P4 and 5 are the two of them. And that's what it looks like from that rear bumper cam of the Forster Porsche, staring down into the front lights and grille there of the BMW of Jacques Buerta. 0.5 of a second between Forster and Buerta as they work their way around the Nürburgring endurance track. Jaco Forster for team heaped together links, and man, Jacques Buerta 0.6 of a second behind him. And I'll tell you what, these two guys are leaving it all out there, but Dolenchik is getting closer. He's 2.8 seconds as a matter of interest just behind Familiaris, and the gap between Julian and Byron has now gone up to 1.3 seconds.
Oh, surprisingly, they were open to about 2.7, then they were literally bumper to bumper, and now, as you said, 1.3. Just look how smooth Jacques Buerter is with that BMW, as he just gets closer and closer and closer all the time. Actually looking very, very solid and very smooth, trying to get the slipstream, but it's not really working. It's almost as if the two different manufacturers, one to the other, just doesn't have that extra toe going down the straight and that extra straight line speed to make that passing maneuver.
Yeah, it just needs a few ponies more under that BMW's bonnet to be able to make the move there. Is Mitchell in the pits? Yes, Byron Mitchell is in the pits. I saw him drop down to P5 and he is in the pits. 45 minutes done and Byron Mitchell is in the pit. Now, is this a routine pit stop or did something go horribly wrong? Something went wrong into the Armco barrier and then into the wall, and that's the reason why. And there you see Dolacek go through there on him as well.
Like this, thank you. I hope you had a nice day. And straight past him goes Willem Buerter, having had that incident as well. Let's just see exactly what happened to Willem. Ooh, just getting caught out completely there by in fact, just turning a little bit more than what he wanted it to be. Getting a little bit of road rash on the left-hand front corner. So
It'll buff out.
I think a good polish will buff out a lot of that. And Stephen Koenig's just so Jason Sear was the man that took him out of the pit lane, and well, it's interesting to see Jason. Yep, there goes Jason. So he takes over the driving duties.
Mitchell hands it over to Kutsia as Jason Kutsia is now out on the track, and they find themselves now in that fifth position. There is Jacques Buerter. Jacques Buerter, Jaco Forster, 8/10 of a second between Forster and Buerter just in there behind him, and still they are going one-on-one. Remember now, because of all of this, you'll see that it is now Dolacek that's up in that second position because of that situation that Byron Mitchell had. Then he went into the pits and handed the car over to Jason Kutsia. This is a replay of Luc Lecaze you just saw out there.
That's where he made the passing maneuver, and that's moved him up to 7th overall in the race.
Right, so Jacques Buerter is a man that sits there in that fourth position, and he and Jaco Forster are still having their own little battle out there. And this battle between Forster and Buerter, between the Porsche and the BMW, this one's been going on for most of this 48 minutes since this one got underway. We're sitting there with Jacques Buerter in the THT Championship car. He's there in that fourth position, and just ahead of him, 5/10 of a second ahead of him, is that Porsche being powered around this circuit by Jaco Forster.
I think Troy Dolacek is going to be top of the discussions for the German Motorsport team. He's just done a 6:26.3,
Yeah.
6:28.2, so it's 1.9 seconds quicker than Julian from the RS. Neither of them, to my mind, has been to the pits yet. Nope, they haven't. And well, the fact that we're watching with Jacques and Jaco, they also have got it. So the leading car is the German Motorsport car of Jason Sear. Julian from the RS, if he doesn't hoof it up, is going to be caught from behind by Troy Dolacek, and the smart at that with 49 minutes down in the closing of the first hour of the 6-hour event. And if Troy can get just a little bit closer, that's that banking that we spoke about earlier on. There's two sides to it. There's the inside, there's the outside, there's nothing between. So Troy Dolacek down to 1.3 on June for the RS. Will they do an undercut? Will they do an overcut? Will they come into the pits at the same time?
Well, time will tell as we reach the 4 o'clock top of the hour mark. here in Cape Town with 49 minutes done. We'll have a look and see. Jacques Boita is sitting there in that fourth position, staring down at the Jaco Forster Porsche. I'm sure he's sick and tired of looking at that 00 Porsche ahead of him, and he wants to get his nose ahead of it somehow, somewhere, someplace around this long lap. Remember, 2021 Ks, 20.6 to be exact. Dollar check, there he goes, and he's right on him. Dollar check is right on Familiaris. He's under a second in there behind Familiaris, and all of a sudden, whatever Durand Motorsport plotted and planned, it's been torn apart. Not only by the fact that Mitchell made a mistake and then went into the pits and handed the car over to Jason Kutsia, but it's also been ripped apart by Troy Dollarchek, because this young man, he is not interested in what team those boys race for. He wants that lead. Sandro Bakari in the BMW, he took over there from Herman Lazarus, and that Beamer just stepping out there on Bakari.
That is Stephen Koenig Drift.
Yeah, it's a Stephen Koenig Drift. Sandro Bakari for Scuderia Bakari out there in that 69, and he took that car over from Herman Lazarus.
4-point turn, that takes up a whole heap of time. If the other guys are busy doing 120 kilometers an hour, then it's a lot of ground that you lose. So is Troy Dollarchik close enough to be able to get the slipstream? 0.8, 0.7, still too far back, 7.7, 0.6. It's getting closer and closer, but he's running out of straight line. I think it's going to be one more lap before he's going to be able to get past the likes of the RS. 0.5 down to 0.4 and back into the tighter sections.
Yeah, that's heading towards the end of the lap. Matter of fact, you go around that corner, then you start a new lap, and still this Foster Butter combination. Julian's in the pits, and so is Troy. Familiaris and Dollarchek. Well, you said, will the one go for the undercut or the overcut, or they're both coming together? There's your answer, Gaza. They both came in together.
Yep, they're both in there. So that takes Jaco Forster and Jacques Boita to the front end of the pit. But keep in mind, they have not yet. So have a look there at Jason Kutsia, because Jason Kutsia is then the leading driver that is out there on circuit and has done a pit stop already. He's on his way down that long straight. You see on the right hand side of the track map where that couple of grey dots is, that is in fact the pit lane, and there comes Jason Kutsia.
Heading towards the end of the lap. You know you're heading towards the end of the lap. Familiaris has shown their pit exit, so Julian might just get out onto the circuit ahead there of Jason Kutsia, and he has done so. But Dollarchek is still showing, standing still there in the pit lane.
It's a long stop for Dollarchek. It was just a second off when they went into the pits. In fact, it was right behind him. There is the second of the Mercedes-Benz. And it's going to drop behind Jason Kutsia. So June Familiaris from Jason Kutsia for Dollarchek, and that is off. They have done those pit stops. So Jacques Boita and Jaco Forster have in fact made 3 minutes, lap number 9 on this circuit. They're going to go just a little bit further than everybody else. See Stephen McCarthy behind Engelbrecht have not come into the pits either. Troy Dollarchik now on the back of Jason Kutsia, but remember, Jason Kutsia now finds himself 21 seconds off the back of arguably the race leader in real terms once everybody else goes into the pits. So Troy, having picked up one of the cars that he wanted, is now going to have very, very hard to get past him. And I mean, to catch Jason Kutsia is one thing, to pass him is another.
Yeah, well, here comes Dollarchek, 3/10 of a second between himself and Jason Kutsia. And Sandro Bakari is busy making his way through. He's only 2/10 of a second behind the car you see in front of him in P10, and that is Willem Botha. So they are fighting out there for Botha's 10th position. Sandro Bakari that took over that car from Herman Lazarus, and Mike Verrier is in the pits, and it shows that Johan Engelbrecht in the 99 car for Kazoo Racing is in the pit as well.
The two of them up the pits, I say. It's only one of two Audis that's out there. And Ryan van Eden is out of it. He's 2 laps down. They've had 4 stops. It hasn't worked for him. We're on check on the move.
Yeah, solid check. Here he comes. Watch out for this youngster in that BMW. And all of a sudden, Jason Kutsia says, what do I do? How do I keep him behind me? Well, whatever Durand Motorsport had planned for this one, they're going to have to go to plan B, plan C, maybe even plan D, because nothing has worked out. And this young man is part of it. $2 check for LDR Racing in car number 6, sitting out there in 5th position, 0.2 of a second behind Jason Kutsia. And dollar check is a lot quicker out on circuit than what Kutsia is.
No doubt about it. He is quick, but to get past Jason Kutsia is another story. Now, Jacques Buerter is not stupidly far. He's about a half a lap away from going in for his pit stop. And it's going to be interesting to see once Jacques Buerter and Jacob Forster with 4 seconds between the two of them, how that's going to play itself out once they go into the pits. Oh, if there's anybody that can follow right on your bumper, it's Troy Bollinger.
But if I was Troy now, I would sit just where I am and be in the slip, be in the toe of that Mercedes-Benz, unless, of course, he finds a place where he feels he can have a go. Otherwise, I would sit in there just behind him, Gary, and wait for that long straight before you head towards the end of the lap, unless he's going to be very brave and go for a move somewhere as Stephen Koenig eventually makes his pit stop.
We're going to try and explain to Troy Bollinger now is not the time. Troy doesn't believe that there's no time like now.
Well, if Kutsia keeps on putting wheels on the grass like he did there, sorry, Gary, then he will hand that position to Dolacek.
I'm sure that Bollinger would love pressure on Jason Kutsia and force him into an error. That would be almost more of a than just using the slipstream. Once you put out front end of the seat, there's practically where they are now. And the main straight, the longest straight of all. And I think he's going to do what you said. I think he's tried it. Jason's not going to let him through. Let's stay right there with him. He's not scared whatsoever to stick right in somebody's back bumper. He's a master at following somebody around the circuit and still whoop up the lines. As you said, Jason can see under pressure. Is this the one where Troy goes past? Might just be. Why wait? No, why wait, Frank? Let's go.
Well, if you're going to be pressurized and drive on the grass and drive on the curbstones, well, then you're going to hand that position to Troy, and you won't have to wait for that long straight. And in doing so, he's handed that 4th position to Dolacek now. Let's have a look and see. Will Jason come back? I suspect so. Or is Troy going to make that 0.8 of a second go to 0.9, and then go to a second, and then get bigger? We'll have a look and see. Meantime, in P7, there is Luke Lucchesi, and look, while all this was going down, Luke Lucchesi is the lead master driver out there, and he sits in that 7th position, and he's pressurizing the lead driver in Atinachel.
Ati was one of the first people that picked onto the server. Can't believe it's only it's another minute to go, and the first hour of this race is already going to be over. So an amazing recovery there by Luke. If I've got my facts correct, they are on unlimited quick repairs, otherwise with a high-speed circuit like this. Oh, pit lane, Jacques Buerter's in. Jacques Buerter's in, and Jaco Forster is in as well. Where is Julian Familiaris? Here he comes. Julian Familiaris, is he close enough to be able to take it away? Jaco Forster is standing in the pits. Jacques Buerter is standing in the pits. Where is Julian Familiaris? You can see him coming through that last complex of corners. That is right there by the pit entrance. You'll see it now on his right hand side. There's the pit entrance. Jaco Forster, there he stands, and comes Julian Familiaris, and he takes over the lead once again.
Thank you very much. He says going into turn number 1 for Durand Motorsport 10, that is Familiaris now. They asked, Buerter is making his way out of the pits. Jacques Buerter for THT Champions Racing BMW. He's working his way out on the circuit, and here comes Jaco Forster. So they join in 2nd and 3rd, Yes, dollar check now in that fourth position, 6.4 seconds behind Forster. And he's going to have to go some because Jason Kutsia is right there with him. There's dollar check. The car behind him you saw was Kutsia. And Ati Nagel has been overtaken there by Luke Lucchesi. And as I so speak, Ati Nagel goes into pit lane.
Yeah, and Johan Engelbrecht has just had an off circuit as well. Let's see what happened to Johan Engelbrecht. It's running out of road ideas around about the same time. Luckily, recovery there. I'm not losing too much time whatsoever, and let's go back live. So Julian Fernandez leads him out at the front end of the field. He's got Jacques Putter in the second position, but Jacques is 13 seconds further back. Then we've got that man, Jaap Koster, and then the problem for all of them is this young man here. Remember 6.0? Talk about that soon.
Yeah, and he is getting away from Jason Kutsia. He's 2.7 seconds, nearly 2.8 seconds ahead there of Jason Kutsia. Luke Lucchese, on the other hand, is 25 seconds behind Kutsia, but I think he's as Jaco Steyn makes his way into the pit. I think Luke Lucchese's main objective right now is not only to finish the 6 hour, not be out like Brian van Eden, but to win the class because I think he realizes after the problems that he's had as Jaco Steyn makes his way out of the pit because of the problems that he had earlier on. I think Luke Lucchese will know now that a first, second, or third is not going to happen. So sitting there in P6, he'd obviously be more focused now on a category win, namely the Masters.
Let's just have a look at that one, and let's see what's the total gap here. Luke Lucchese 49.9. So remember that number, 49.9. Luke Lucchese off of Julian Fernandez at the front. We're going to take a short break and come back to you shortly. Nordschleife, one of the versions of Nordschleife in the beautiful countryside in Germany. And it's awesome to see these guys out on the circuit. And well, it's very, very taxing and costly for the drivers. It's not an easy outing out there. 20 plenty kilometers that you've got to go through, oodles of corners, and you've got to ride from the seat. There's no way you've got to. Talking about familiarize, Johan Engelbrecht had a bit of an interesting session not that long ago while we were off air. Has one person tail end stepped out, and Zoom for himself. Easy with interim, and Willem Botha had an off circuit. Willem Botha's actually gone very well, just a break in concentration, almost held onto it, and the tail end got around. And if the tail end didn't get around, he wouldn't actually have lost that much time before, trying to make sure he doesn't damage the right hand front corner. Obviously, the short got polish, but got lots of fuel in the pits, but not that much polish. And come back on. Let's drop him down just a little bit, but not too bad at this stage of the fight. Luke Lucchesi still finds himself at the front end of the Masters class.
Yes, it is 1 minute and 22 seconds behind the Mercedes-Benz in P5 of Jason Kutsia. Luke Lucchesi for Team Pantera Racing. Lovely color scheme he's got out there on that BMW. He's got the Red Bull logo on the side of that Beamer. He's a Team Pantera Racing Luke Lucchesi, sitting there in car number 3 in P6 overall. But first in his class is Luke Lucchesi in the Masters, which is 40 years and older. I think it's 42.75 if I'm not mistaken. And Elites is 16 up until 39. That's how they split the two. The group 16 to 39, they call them the Elites because of that age category. And then the other one, because of that age category, they call them the Masters. But there is the man that is in third position in the Porsche. That is Jaco Forster. And 6.3 seconds behind him is that young man in P4, the BMW, namely Troy Dolacek. There is Jacques Botha making his way through. He's in second position and he's 12.6 seconds behind Familiaris, and only 2.9 behind him is Forster, and 6.3 behind Forster is that young man there. That is Troy Dolacek, but only 5.4 seconds behind Dolacek, sitting in that fifth position is Durant Motorsports Jason Kutsia, as we watch Dolacek work his way around into turn number 1, and then from there he's got a whole lot of 20.6 Ks to do. Is Dolacek that's there in that third position. Well, earlier on we said we were 6 seconds behind Forster. Let's look and see if that gap will come down. It did not come down. As a matter of fact, it went up to as much as 6.6 seconds at one stage of the game, and now it's only leveling out again at 6 and now 5.9. So Dolacek has not made the indent on Forster that we thought he would have made earlier on.
Well, not as quickly as what he wanted. Because Jaco Forster is also picking up some pretty good time. Interesting, 6:28 for the first 4 drivers out there, 28.7 for Jim Familiaris. Jacques Botha 12 seconds off him, but a half a second quicker. 1/10 quicker than Jim Familiaris was Jaco Forster, so he's having a pretty good run. Troy Dolacek, a 6:28.5, that makes him the second fastest man out on circuit. But that's only a tenth of a second. A tenth of a second, and you're 5.8 behind. It's going to take you a long, long time. So Jaco Forster actually doing exceptionally well.
Well, Luke Lucchesi, last lap was a 6:29.2. Jason Kutsia with a 6:30.7. So even though Luke Lucchesi is a minute and 22 seconds behind Jason Kutsia, he was the quickest of the two of them on the lap before this one. and he is still pumping in the quickest laps. Is Dolacek 6:28.5 and 6:30.7 for Kutsia. Now Luke Lucchesi did a 7 minute and 27. Wow, that was his last lap. So not a good lap time there for Luke Lucchesi. At one stage, he was quicker than what Jason Kutsia is out there. I just compared that to the guys earlier on, and now we did a 7 minute and 27 seconds for the last lap. So yeah, there is certainly that last lap didn't exactly go according to what Luke Lucchesi wanted. Jason Kutsia, on the other hand, would love that because he is a minute and 22 ahead there of Luke Lucchesi, and he's 6.2 seconds behind Dolacek. Now, Dolacek is beginning to turn up the wick because he is closing up there on Jaco Forster. He's now 5.5 seconds. Make that 5.4 seconds behind Jaco Forster. So this young man is on a fly once again as we look at the leader, Familiaris, making his way around, and he is 12.5 seconds ahead there of Jacques Botha, and Jacques Botha 6:28.2 compared to Julian's 28.7. So Jacques Botha might be 12.7 seconds behind Julian, but he is quicker around the track than what Familiaris is.
So there's Jacques Botha, 12 seconds as Frankie said, and well, he's got a bigger problem. It's called Jaco Forster. Jaco Forster is having a brilliant drive so far.
Yeah, Jaco Forster sitting there in that second position, as I said earlier on, 12.3 seconds behind Familiaris, but he is quicker on the circuit than what Julian is Jacques Botha. But we're looking at Jaco Forster there. Jaco did a 6:28.6, so even Forster is quicker around here than what Familiaris is. So both Botha and Forster and Dolacek is quicker around the track than what Julian Familiaris is.
I think Julian Familiaris is actually driving a brilliant, calculated race. At the end of the day, if you're not losing more than half a second per lap, and it's 6 minutes to get around the circuit, at a half a second, that means in every quarter of an hour, you're losing 1 second. So that means if you're 12 seconds ahead, do the mathematics, it takes 2 hours to catch him, and he doesn't look like he is. Let's just have a look at an in-car camera shot of Julian Familiaris. How hard is he actually driving that car? Let's see how smooth it is in car with Julian Familiaris.
So just keep quiet so you can enjoy the sound of that 6.3 liter V8 twin turbo Mercedes-Benz.
Master at work. Brilliant stuff. Just look at that. .628.7 on the last lap, 6:28.2 by Jacques Botha. This is the end of the lap. He's coming towards now. He'll come up over the crest, underneath the bridge. Take that left-hander, the last dip. Now to be a left and a right at the top. Another left. See the pit lane entrance on the left-hand side. Oh, sorry, on the right-hand side. Where he comes through. Keep an eye on the leaderboard. A 6:28.732, and he does a 6:28.836. Very, very good lap time. Let's have a look at the next man that's going to be coming through there. It's going to be Jacques Botha. What does he do as he comes across the line at 6:28.7, so 1 point quicker? So Forster is a little bit slower, which means that Troy Dolacek will be closing up. Look at that, a 6:28 flat, a 6:29.2, 1.2 seconds. Even then, on the 1.2 seconds, you are still looking at the better part of 5 laps, which is a half an hour. It would take Krodolinchik at the present pace that he's going, at the present pace that Jakob Forster is going, Krodolinchik to catch up to Jakob Forster.
Yeah, well, the first 5 drivers all doing high to mid to low 6:28. It's a high 6:28 for Familiaris and for Botha, and it is a very low 6:28 for Dollarcheck, 6:28 flat as a matter of fact, and then a very high 6:28 for Jason Pizia, 6:28.9. It's only Jakob Forster that has not done a 6:28. He's done a 6:29.2, but all the other drivers around him in those first 5 positions doing 6:28 odds.
Well, going along that long straight, that's Luc Lucchesi. He was in the pits, hence the 7:27 for Luc Lucchesi, and he comes up now towards the pit entrance. Let's see what his latest lap time is. Can he also do the 28s like the young guns up front? He is the leading Masters driver out there. We had an incident earlier on and then recovering. No, 6:29.6, so 1 second slower than that which is in front of him. But let's have a look, see, 22 seconds further back is in fact Willem Botha. Is Willem Botha capable of closing up onto the tail end of Luc Lucchesi, who did a 6:29.6. Willem Botha on his last lap, 6:32. So Luc's doing enough to stay ahead of Willem Botha on the present form. Where's Sandro Bakari? Here he comes around the last corner. He's taken over from Herman Lazarus. Sandro Bakari doing a 6:37. So Willem's doing enough to stay ahead of him. But 2.7 seconds behind him is Jaco Steyn. And there is Jaco Steyn. And that means that Jaco Steyn is then lying 4th in class and closing for that 3rd position. That blue mean machine you see in front of him, the hands of Sandro Bakari, that's where the missile lock is pinned. Oh, look at the pace that they get. Let's just have a look at what type of speeds they are actually doing. 270 kilometers an hour, and you just got to glide it through all those corners. How do you then determine where you need to drop it down from literally knocking off 140 kilometers an hour, going down 3 gears, and then climb on the gas again? Jaco Steyn 3 seconds, well, 2.5 seconds quicker on the last lap than Sandro Bakari. It's going to be interesting to see how that one pans out as they get closer towards the end of. Oh, that's some marginal stuff. It just shows you how hard he's pushing it. Recovers pretty well, doesn't lose too much time, but well, that just gives Sandro Bakari a little bit of breathing space. 3.4 now the gap between them. Makes you wonder, how do you get around the track with this kind of pace when you don't know where the next corner is going to be? Literally got to drive from the seat of your pants and try and gauge it as best as you possibly can, all in the tighter sections like that. And then look at the undulation as they go up onto the curbstone. For once, a curbstone helping somebody to stay on the circuit rather than throwing somebody off. Once again, from 3.4 down to 2.9. That blue dot, Sandro Bakari / Herman Lazarus chipcars.co.za. That's where the missile lock is pinned. All right, we're just going to sort out the one microphone. That's a bit of a problem for us as we watch Jaco Steyn 2.9 getting closer and closer to Sander Bakari. Keep an eye on that time. Remember Troy Dolenchik? It was in the line of 6.2 and 6.4 seconds. Troy now down to 3.6. He's taken 1.2 seconds out of Jaco Forster, and slowly but surely closing down the BMW onto the Porsche. And Julian Familiari still leading up front. Jason Sear finds himself 7.8 seconds behind Troy Dolenchik. So the German Motorsport guys in first and fifth position. Sixth overall on circuit. First in class is Luke Lucchese from Willem Botha, Sander Bakari, Jaco Steyn, and then Mike Verrier out there in the first of, the lone Audi out there was Ryan van Eerden. That is out of it. See, Johan Engelbrecht has in fact gone into pits now. That was a loading error. In fact, it's Robbie Teams that is driving under the name of Johan Engelbrecht. Had a problem when they loaded, so they went out and used the loading details for Johan Engelbrecht to be able to get him in as the teammate. And that has worked pretty well. So that in fact is Robbie Teams that is there in the pits. They're 3 laps down from Janneman Krius. Krius and Steven Koenig, the 2 teammates, and they are having lots and lots of fun out there. Steven Koenig, a up-and-coming commentator from, he's a resident commentator now at Red Star Raceway, and later on during the course of the afternoon we will be doing some interviews in the early evening with some of the racers out there. So we're going to take a short break and we'll come back to you shortly. Right, folks, we back here with you. Well, it's been very interesting. There was a lot of people that said Nordschleife, 20 odd kilometers, 20.6 to be in fact. It's not going to be that interesting. It's actually turned out very interesting. So let's have a look from the top end down in terms of the elite class. It's Julian Familiaris that is leading them out. He's on lap number 14. We 1.5 hours into the 6 hours of racing. One of two Mercedes-Benz that's out there. His last lap was 6 minutes 28.491. That means that it was 1.4 seconds quicker by a Brazilian, Jacques Botha, out there today. I know he did quite a bit of practicing on the circuit and obviously has a very good sixth sense for tracks where you can't familiarize, nothing, no pun intended, Mr. Familiaris, but you can familiarize yourself with the circuit. A 6:27.272 is what's just been done by him. 10 seconds further back is Jacques Botha as he comes up and he puts his lap in a 6:26.9. Another 3/10, but still 10 seconds to go from there. Jaco Forster, a 6:22.2. That 6:28.2. So that means that he's not closing at all on the back end of the car in front of him. Troy Dolanchik, surprisingly, having a pretty bad lap at his standards. If that's a 6 minutes 30. If we look at his best time, he's done a 6:25.9. So that means that 4.1 seconds difference between that and his best lap to date. But I suppose you can't do everything perfectly all the time. He's seesawed from 5.4 sometimes down to just under the 4 second mark. But Jaco Foster's doing a brilliant job holding him out at this stage of the fight. Jason Pitzier, the second of the two lone Mercedes-Benz out there in the Durant Motorsport colors. He's in the 5th position, finds himself just inside of 7 seconds of Troy, with Troy having had not a dismal lap, but as opposed to his normal lap times, a slower lap. Jason Pitzier putting in a sterling effort there on a 28.6, so that plays very much in his favor. Then looking further, Frankie, at the Masters, led out by Luca Chiesi, that had an incident, dropped to the back of the pack, recovered all the way back to the leading Masters in this race. 6th overall and leading the Masters.
Yeah, Luca Chiesi is sitting out there in P6. It is 1 minute and 23 seconds behind Jason Pitzier, and his last lap was a 6:28.754 for Luca Chiesi, sitting out there in P6 and the 1st overall in the Masters category. Then, nearly 51 seconds behind Luca Chiesi is Jaco Steyn, 50.8 to be exact, and his last lap was a 6 minute 37.4 for Jaco Steyn, up there in that 7th position for iRSA Red in car number 88. Then behind him in P8 in the BMW, 5.7 seconds behind Jaco Steyn is Sandro Bakari for Scuderia. Bakari sits there in P8 in the BMW number 69. He's 5.5 seconds behind Jaco Steyn, and his last lap was a 6:40.622. Then
wow, look at that. Jaco Steyn, Frankie, a 6:35.9. Let's see what does Sandro do. So Jaco Steyn's doing it all right. Jaco Steyn takes 5 seconds there out of Sandro Bakari.
Then Sandro Bakari, of course, is second of the Masters drivers out there to Luca Chiesi. Third in the Masters category and sitting in 9th position in the Audi is Mike Verrier. He's a 1 minute 2 seconds behind Bakari, and he's done a personal best there of a 6:40.309 for Mike Verrier. Then third overall, I was going to say, is Steyn, and he just Botha, and he just slowed right down. I think he's had the whole front end of that car is rearranged. That's why Willem Botha just disappeared off that map, and that's the reason why, because he was sitting right in there behind Mike Verrier, and he is all the way down in that 14th position.
Oh, that car's looking very, very sad. I doubt he's going to go back to the pits as such. car doesn't want to turn, it doesn't want to go, and that's incredible. And in fact, jumped 2 pits from there. Said, nope, it's not going to work. They go straight back to the.
Well, Mike Berner sitting out there in that ninth position, in that Audi, a minute and 2 behind Sandro Bakari. As I said, he did a personal best of 640.310. Did Dr. Mike Caveria, and he is a 3rd overall in the Masters. Luke Lucchese is 1st in the Masters, then it's Sandro Bakari 2nd, and then it is Mike Caveria in 3rd. And overall, they are in P6, P8, and P9. The 3 of them overall on track, but 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in their category. Lap 15, 1 hour 36 minutes done in this 6 hour.
German Chris has had a little bit of an off circuit. That's the teammate for Stephen Koenig. Saying, okay, well, that's one of the Grand Motorsport cars that actually came past him. But he managed to get that one together pretty nicely. Didn't lose out too much time with that one, and then carry on from there. So behind Dr. Mike Berrier is Corne Britt. We haven't seen much of Corne Britt. In fact, he finds himself a minute and 8 seconds back from Mike Berrier, leading Ferrari out there ahead of Rasmus.
Yeah, there is Johan Rasmus. They're sitting out there in that 11th position in the Ferrari, 1 minute and 31 behind Corne Britt. And Erasmus's teammate is Rob van der Heever. The 2 of them share that yellow TAU Energy Drink SA car. They share that Ferrari that's busy powering its way around. And Janeman Prius is now in that 71 car. Stephen Koenig is his teammate, and Stephen was in that car earlier on, and he has handed that 71 keep together BMW to Janeman Prius.
They're about to go lap down, because there comes Jacques Witte, and he's second overall out there on circuit. So he's actually closing up on the tail end of those guys. A 6:28.3 by doing from the RS, very, very consistent in the 28s up front. It's all he needs to do at this stage of the fight, holding that 11-second gap. What are we going to get? A 6:28.6, so taking 3/10 out of Jacques Witte, so that's quite fine. Let's have a look at Foster as he works his way through. Foster's a little bit further back. He does a 6:28.1, and Jason Kutsia into the pits. The second stop that is being done by Durant Motorsport. That an undercut or an overcut? I think it's pretty much just on the dot where he needs to be to come in.
Right, let's have a look and see as Jason Kutsia is in pit lane. Where is Luke Lucchese? There is Luke Lucchese making his way around. He is out there in 6th position. He is leading his class now. Luke Lucchese in the P6 has got that long straight that's looming up, and he will know around that right-hander. He can hook top here and pour it down that long straight, which will take them towards the end of the lap. He's busy powering and storming that BMW down, and he's not going to take that position away from Jason Kutsia, because Jason Kutsia is out on a track ahead of Luke Lucchese. There's still a minute and 23 between the 2 of them, so Jason Kutsia, or that minute 23 will change the moment Lucchese crosses that line, but Jason Kutsia is still out there ahead of Luke Lucchese. Lucchese P6, and Jason is still there in that 5th position, 54.6 seconds behind Troy Dolacek.
See if we can try and short circuit this with a rim shot back to Luke Lucchese. It's too big, doesn't give us any real indication of what that gap is. So if you look on the right hand side, right at the bottom of the screen, you see that green number 6, and that is the gap going further up on the left hand side to the number 5. Now look at that 4 grey dots in the left hand top corner: 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And that 4th is in fact that name you see on screen now. That is Troy Dolacek. Looking forward from Troy Dolacek, that car that you see in front of him, that's Johanny Rasmus, and then ahead of that is in fact Jakob Foster. This is a passing maneuver, a lapping maneuver. In fact, that he needs to pull off kind of very, very quick.
And as you so speak, he puts the lap there on Erasmus and goes ahead there of Erasmus now. He has moved up ahead of the back marker. He's got 3.1 seconds between himself and Jaco Forster. Forster, in turn, is going to have to make overtaking and a lapping maneuver there on Janeman Prius. There is Janeman Prius, you see in front of him, as Sandro Bakari is in pit lane. So Jaco Forster will know that Dolacek is behind him. Dolacek has put the lap there on Erasmus, and Forster puts a lap there on Janeman Prius. So that was a successful overtaking maneuver to lap Janeman Prius.
So here comes Troy Dolacek. Now, Troy Dolacek has got to get past Steven Koenig's teammate, which is Janeman Prius. That's the one in front of him. Janeman Prius in the BMW and being closed down here pretty quick by Troy Dolacek. Now, Troy can see Jacques Butte ahead of him, knows that that's his actual marker, but this is his stumbling block in the interim.
Yeah, you can see Forster just there. He's 1.6 seconds behind Forster, but is only 8/10 of a second behind the man that is going to lap, namely Janeman Prius. So Troy Dolacek will want to get through quickly, because he can see the man that he wants to overtake for track position, namely Jaco Forster, just there. Well done to Janeman Prius. Moves out the way and says, I cannot keep you back, young man. You can go after him. And now there is clear track ahead of Dolacek, as he's now 1.3 seconds behind Jaco Forster.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jaco Forster's going to have to really go some, because the last time around, Jaco Forster 28.1, a 26.9, 1.2 seconds quicker was Troy Dolacek, but they've now both had to get past the Janeman Prius and Johanni Rasmus in the last lap that they have been. Oh, that's too much. He recovers it very, very neatly. Well, I tell you what, Frankie, one of the favorite parters for you that you commentated on through the years, and next weekend will be the last round of Extreme Festival with the Formula 1600s, the Investment Formula 1600s at the very last event of the year. I think they made up to Swartkops Raceway, in fact. And that man that will be driving on board with young Troy Dolacek, the son of Wally Dolacek Jr., the grandson of Wally Dolacek Sr., and, well, their mom also, well, his granny, should I say, also Joy Dolacek, very well known in motorsport circles. So you'll probably find the Dolacek Sr. and Seniors are busy watching this race, and he's now 0.4 of a second that he's closed up. Somehow the difference is the braking markers. He seems to be brilliant on the brakes as opposed to a very quick Jaco Forster.
Jaco Forster will be panicking now. He's only 3/10 of a second ahead there of Dolacek, and here comes Troy Dolacek. Dolacek's going to make the move somewhere. Watch out, that long straight is coming up. That long straight is coming up there. They're on that long straight now. Now, will the Porsche pull away under the BMW, or will Dolacek get him? It's 3/10 of a second. The moment he picks up the toe on him, he stepped out of line, so he broke that toe there on himself there on Forster, and I don't understand why he did that. Obviously he had a reason why he done that. Julian Familiaris takes the Mercedes-Benz into pit lane.
A very short pit lane and quite an elevation, as you can see by the wall on the side. So he takes that one in, and coming closer, there is the man that's going to take over the lead, Jacques Butte. What a brilliant drive by Jacques Butte. And Jaco Forster. There as well. Jaco Forster. Swap. Steering.
And Dolacek is also there in the pit lane, and he hands over to Nathan Victor. So Umpi Swart has taken over from Julian Familiaris, and Nathan Victor has taken over from Troy Dolacek. So Julian and Troy can now have a rest, as Umpi Swart and Nathan Victor will continue. Umpi in the Mercedes-Benz, and Nathan will take over that BMW from Dolacek.
Oh, Jason Kutsia is not exactly far away from him. That's that last little complex of corners. Up, but exit. He's going to make it out in time. He will be ahead of Jason Kutsia. Will Nathan Victor make it ahead as well? I think he will. Where is Jason Kutsia? There comes Jason. No, Jason's gone into the pits. Jason must be in the pits. Where is Jason? Let's try and pick up Jason Kutsia. There he goes now.
I just saw him flash through
that was
left-hander.
He was too fast for the cameraman. The cameraman couldn't pick him up. He was very, very quick out there. So a lot of 6 minute 30s, 32s, 31s, 7 minutes 14. That's when you have a pit stop. That's the kind of result that you get from that. Luke Lucchesi now finds himself 33 seconds off Jason Kutsia, the leading Masters out there. He's ahead there of Jaco Steyn by 1:04. He's ahead of Mike Berrier by 1:15. So pretty much in a no man's land at this stage of the fight. Johnny Rasmus and Van Engelbrecht into the pits.
Yeah, and there we see Erasmus in the pits. Is he going to hand over that car back to Van der Heever, or will Erasmus do another stint again? And we'll have to have a look and see. Big thanks there to ASAP Spares. This is a replay. Is this a routine pit stop?
Ooh, that car's already been.
That car is crabbing. That's why he went to the pits. He's obviously had it off somewhere in the TRU Energy Drink car. We'll have a look and see. This could show us exactly what he did wrong on the dirt, and it veers off to the left-hand side and plows there into that Omco barrier.
Another big attempt by Luke Lucchesi to put in a fast lap, and unfortunately he's had a bit of an off track. Tailend just does a swapper on him, a typical Luke Lucchesi style. He gets it going pretty quickly, but the amount of seconds that you're losing there while you're trying to catch up to kilometers an hour actually loses you lots and lots of meters out there on the circuit. So Jacques Wood is the man that now leads them out. Let's have a look at those pit stops as such. And Jacques Wood and Jaco Foster once again with less pit stops than Kumpi Swart, Nathan Victor, Jason Kutsia, Luke Lucchesi combination, although Luke is probably pretty close to a pit stop now. Remember, he had one earlier pit stop than everybody else. So Jacques Wood and Jaco Foster, 48 plus 5, that's about 53 seconds. That should maybe be enough. Jacques Wood might actually be able to retain the lead after a pit stop. Does he do a tire change or not? We've seen some of the front runners do at least 2 stints on one set of tires up until now.
Jacques Wood, the man that sits out there in P1, 5.7 seconds ahead of Jaco Foster. Remember that the two of them still have to go out there and make their second pit stop. The other guys from Umpi Swart all the way down to Jaco Steyn have made their pit stops, but then again in that first stint of pit stop, everybody else had made their first stop. Jacques Wood and Jaco Foster made those pit stops a lot later on. I think they got it right, because by the time you get to the end of this one, they will surely have made one pit stop less than the others, which could possibly get them to the checkered flag without having to make another one to equal it with those guys. But yeah, time will tell. We'll have a look and see. There's a long, long way to go. We're only approaching an hour and 50 minutes in this one. So there is still a lot of water that must run under the bridge when it comes to this one. However, Nathan Victor, 5.5 seconds behind Umpi Swart in that BMW for Summit Racing. And Dolacek, he sits out there in that third position. Courtney Breed is in pit lane. He's bringing that Ferrari of his into pit lane as Courtney Breed. And there is Jason Kutsia, and he is only 2.7 seconds behind Nathan Victor. So that fight for fourth is not done yet, and it's going to be under 2 minutes pretty soon. There it is, 1.8 seconds. So Jason Kutsia now 1.5. He's closing up, hand over fist there on Nathan Victor.
We're going to take a short break, and we'll come back to you with the latest information and the necessary replays for anything that we might have missed.
Right, we are back again. A big thank to the ASAP New and used motor spares. They are in put order for sponsoring this one. And as we just come back from our break, we've noticed that the two leaders had made their way into the pit area. Hence, there are new leaders up front. And Schwar sits out there in a P1. And Jason Kutsia is there in that second position, which means that the guys that were sitting in P1 and P2, they've not only pit stopped, but they've made driver changes as well. And Wayne Wortley is in the BMW, and Jan Spalmers is now in the Porsche. So they have turned drivers around. Jaco Foster handed over there to Spalmers, and Jacques Botha handed that 7 car over to Wayne Wortley. And they are sitting now in P3 and 4, which means that 2 hours into this race, everybody in that top 4 have made pit stops. It is order restored for Durant Motorsport because they got those two Mercedes-Benz cars back in P1 and P2 with just under 10 seconds between Yuri Swart and Jason Kutsia. Right, Francois Hubert is making his way out of the pits. He's taken that car over from Luc Lucchesi. So Francois Hubert busy making his way out. Nathan Victor is in the pits. Remember, he took that car over from Dolacek. So he's come back into the pits again as Nathan and then driven right back out again. So not too sure what happened there. We might pick that up on a replay. Remember, we were just taking our break. And we'll see if there is a replay of anything that did maybe happen to Victor. Then he had to go into the pits and get it sorted out. But he's back out on track again. He is in P6 and it shows 4 pit stops that they have made. And he is 5.3 seconds behind Francois Hubert, that is now in that BMW that was in the hands of Luc Lucchesi. Lazarus back out on track again. He's taken that car back over from Sandro Bakari, and Lazarus is sitting there in that 8th position.
Well, still in the pits is Atinagel. It's up on the jacks. Herman Lazarus closing, but I don't think Herman Lazarus is going to get there quick enough. He's still on his way up the straight. Atinagel on his way out of the pits. So Atinagel will then take that Porsche ahead of Herman Lazarus BMW. Does Herman go into the pits now as well? Nope, he's going to carry it straight through. He's done 2 pit stops. He'll carry it straight through from there, and he will carry on. 1 minute 13 further back from there, Stephen McCarthy.
Yeah, Steve McCarthy's taken that car over from Mike Verrier. Mike Verrier in that Audi, and he's handed that over to Steve McCarthy. And they are in the Masters. They are 9th overall on track, and they are 3rd in the Masters. Francois Hubert leads the Masters, with Herman Lazarus in 2nd, and the combination of Verrier and McCarthy are sitting out in P9 and 3rd overall in the Masters category. So they are in the top 3. There is Raymond Duggan. He is in that 10th position, and he's 1 minute and 5 seconds behind Steve McCarthy in the iRSA Racing Green Ferrari. He's Raymond Duggan, car number 13. He races out of the elite category, Raymond Duggan, and they have done the 2 pit stops only. Matter of fact, the Nathan Victor Dolacek combination, they have done 4 pit stops. Francois Hubert, together with his teammate Luc Lucchesi, have done 3 pit stops, and Atinagel, who is the teammate of Jackie Stein, they have done 3 pit stops as well. Everybody else has done 2 pit stops, except for those drivers that are not in anymore. Robert van der Heervoort is back in the car again. He shares that car with Johannes Erasmus, and they have also done 3 pit stops. So yeah, we seem to have 13 of the 15 cars that is in the race at this point in time. This is a replay at Adenauer. Just clip, you don't clip that curve. It'll just send you back in a different direction, and Nafel hammering the Armco, and then finding his way across the scenery back onto the track once again.
Right, let's have a look at, for those of you that have missed out from the beginning of the race, let's have a look at some of the bigger incidents that's happened. This is an incident that happened with Robbie Teams. That was very much, in fact, that was before the green flag, in fact, that he had a bit of an off track. So let's go after the green flag. Here is Rob van der Heever. Was his very first off track. Nice and need to make sure that nobody knocks into it. Raymond Duggan. Yeah, it's some fun earlier on as well. Getting it completely off circuit, and then a pretty good recovery. Francois Hubert earlier on in today's 6 hour, sponsored by ASAP New and Used Motor Spares. And that's how he took out the front end of that motor car, and that damage caused him further problems, and he spun it out again before he could get that one back to the pits. Stephen Koenig in his first time out with the BMW on his very first stint that he did. It's called the Stephen Koenig Shuffle. Got it all nice and sideways there. Rob van der Heever having a second go at trying to cut some grass. Coming through there very fast and just losing it, and then smashing that left and the right hand back corner, and then bending the wing as well on that motor car. In fact, had another incident a little bit further down the road, and that was probably linked to the initial accident that damaged the back end of the car. Oh no, that was not. That was a completely different incident that happened. Let's go a little bit further down.
That 11 was when Ryan van Eden was still very much in the swing of things, and his teammate was Clinton Besaidnout, but yeah, that never materialized.
The first problem for the Jason Gutsia entry from Durant Motorsport, that's when he went off. Then the car piloted by Robbie Teams, the Teams Bolt Racing car. So it's a bit of a wide line, and then unfortunately whacks it back, and that was not good for him. That slowed him down quite a bit. A little bit later on, Stephen Koenig, the team heat together, running it as quick as he can with a 71 car. The tail end just gets away from him, and luckily not electing anybody else at that stage of the fight. Herman Lazarus had his first off well into the race, the cheapercars.co.za 69 entry, and that was trying to emulate a nice smooth Stephen Koenig, but he just nipped the barrier very lightly at that stage of the fight. That was like halfway through. Johan Engelbrecht unfortunately didn't have a nice incident, and it was a very heavy knock that he took, and unfortunately I think this was the beginning of where everything started to go wrong for Johan Engelbrecht, and from there on out it just went completely downhill. Robbie Teens, after his incident, trying to get the car back to the pits, finding himself a long way away from the pits, and trying to make a plan with that. Francois Hubert's second incident was a pretty interesting one. That's a car that was originally campaigned by Luc Bocchesi. He had an incident right at the beginning, and doing the Koenig. That's how you do it without touching the barrier. Getting that one back together nice and easy. Mr. Raymond Duggan. Father, we haven't seen too much of the iRSA green, number 13. Lovely Ferrari livery on that motor car. Doing a left-hand version of the Koenig. But once again, keeping it away from the barriers. That just gives you a little bit of background as to what's been happening on the accident front. 2 hours and 8 into this race. It's Umpi Swart that is leading them out, and Umpi Swart, Jules Miliaris is a brilliant combination, and we now see Jason Gutsia that is now joined in there with Byron Mitchell having had his stint, and the Durant Motorsport cars are back to the front end of the field. The front four all having done 2 stops.
Right, so that's where we are. 2 hours and 9 minutes into this one. out of 6 hours, and it's hard to believe it's only done the 20 laps. If you're going to track, it's 20.6 k's long. 2 hours and 10 minutes into this one will only take you 20 laps. It's going to be interesting to see at the end of the 6 hour exactly how many laps they're going to be able to get in by the time we reach the end of the 6 hour mark. However, this man couldn't be too worried about that. That is Yuri Umpiswar. And this is a man that next weekend at Swartkop's Raceway in the Polar Cup Nationals will be fighting a few other drivers for the championship. He'll be fighting Clinton Besaidnout. He'll be fighting Davy van der Merwe for the championship. And don't forget about Charles Visser Jr. as well. He'll also be in the mix for that national championship. And Upi came so close last year, but he lost it to Leighton Free. That man, Jason Kutsia, that you see there in second position. Early on, Gary was saying and telling you guys out there at home about Dollar Check. They'll be racing out in the Formula 1600s next Saturday, and so will this man, Jason Kutsia. He'll be out there as well, fighting with Dollar Check and the Geldenhuis brothers and Josh LaRue, just to name a few other drivers out there that he will be campaigning with. There we see Wayne Wortley sitting there in that third position. Wayne Wortley in that THT Champions BMW P3 car number 9. And Wortley is 12.9 seconds behind Jason Kutsia, and he is nearly 17 seconds ahead of the man that's in fourth position, namely the man you see on screen there in the Porsche, Jan Sparmers, for Team Heap Together Links.
So let's have a look. That's the interval. Let's then have a look at the total gap in the front four after 20 laps, which is 400 kilometers, 2 hours and 11 minutes. It's only 38 seconds that splits up front four at this stage of the fight. Francois Joubert leading out and now fifth overall on circuit. Francois Joubert in the Luc Lucchese Francois Joubert Pantera Racing combination. Those of you that missed out on the initial part of the second year production, sponsored by ASAP New and Used Parts. They had a bit of a, well, Luc had a bit of an offer right at the beginning, and eventually worked his way all the way back through the Masters field, from fifth back up into that first position, and looking pretty good. Not that far behind him, the young gun, Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan Victor. Oh, and Nathan Victor's got a problem. Nathan Victor turned that car around. He hammered that Armco barrier very hard. And right now, Nathan Victor, that is in that sixth position, 21, 22 seconds behind Francois Joubert. He is undoing at this point in time everything that Troy Dolacek had done earlier on. This is a replay on the grass, and then turns it in and flips that curve, runs it onto the sand, and that's not what you want to do. He's trying to rectify it. He does a swapper and parks it up against the Armco barrier. Now you're going to have to do more than one turn to get that car in a straight line and to continue. They're sitting out there in that sixth position for Team Dolacek and Team Summit Racing.
Well, pretty off again, so maybe that car's just not handling properly anymore. I think Nathan Victor is going to pop that one back to the pits. Yes, he does. He's jumped it straight back to the pits after the contact that he initially had, and there he stands in the pits. So, wow, that's a bit of a knock. Troy Dolacek, having tried so hard, one of those things that happens, you could accept it's the way that it is.
Yep.
As we go back on circuit with Ati Nagel. He's 22 seconds off Herman Lazarus, who finds himself in a bit of a void, because Herman Lazarus is 1 3/4 minutes off the back end of the leader in the class, and he's got a 22-second lead there over Ati Nagel.
Well, Ati Nagel in that 7th position, and 1 minute and 1 second behind him is Stephen McCarthy sitting in P8 in the Audi, and McCarthy is second. That's the car you see there. It's a lovely Audi R8, and that will have a screaming, howling V10 motor in it. That thing's rear end. Remember, it's not a front wheel, a front engine mounted car. The engine sits behind the driver. The engine sits in the back of those Audi R8s, and he's a minute and one behind Adenauer in P8, and he's second overall in the Masters category, and he shares that car with Dr. Mike Verrier. Then in ninth position is Raymond Duggan. He's done 2 pit stops, and he's nearly 54 seconds in that lovely Ferrari. He's a Duggan behind Stephen McCarthy. That is the top nine. Then in 10th position, now I'm led to believe that that might not be Robbie Keane's, but we're going to call it as we see it on the screen, and as we see it there, that is Robbie Keane's that's in that car, and that car he shares with Willem Botha, and he is nearly 33 seconds, Gary, behind Duggan, and he rounds off the top 10.
Well, rounding off the top 10, but look what's coming up behind him. That's the leader, Umpi Swart.
Yeah, Umpi Swart, and it's not just the teams, he's got Duggan and McCarthy that he's going to have to circumnavigate his way around. That's my word of the day, circumnavigate his way around. And it's going to have to get a move on because he's not too far ahead of Jason Kutsia. So by the time he picks up a Robbie Teams, he'll have about 30 odd seconds before he picks up Raymond Duggan, and then not much before he picks up Stephen McCarthy. So there are three back markers that's looming there for Yuri Swart.
Up is closing. It's 1.3 seconds now, 1.2 seconds. So closing on the back there of Robbie Teams. But he'll be fairly comfortable with that because he's got 4.8 on Jason. You can see both cars in the same shot. And with that 4.8 second gap, he knows that he's not going to have too much problem to get in there and make a plan to get past. And from that position onwards, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to hold that gap.
I just saw a car veer off to the left-hand side. Was that Robbie Teens that made an accident? It might just be Robbie Teens that just veered off to the left. We'll just have a look and see. I might be right, I might be wrong. Yes,
Yep.
it is. It is Robbie Teens. That's the 14 car that he shares there with the Botha. That's the car I just saw veer off behind the other driver we were watching there. I just can't think of his name all of a sudden. But that car's badly damaged and it's crabbing heavily there. So he's going to have to get that thing somehow back to the pit. That car's in terrible trouble. It could be a long, long drive for him back to pit lane.
All right, we're going to take a short break and we will come back to you with a updated score. All right, folks, we are with you from the Secure Studios. A big thanks to ASAP Used Motor Spares, or new and used, in fact, motor spares. That's Mr. Hubert himself, Renier. Big thanks to Yaku Stein that's been doing homework in the background, getting the leaderboard sorted out for us. So let's go from the top down. It is Umpi Swart. He's done 2 stops. He's out there for Durant Motorsport. Umpi Swart doing a fantastic job, having taken over from Julian Familiaris, Mobile 1 V8 main circuit racer from the Extreme Festival, and they will both in fact be at Swartkorps next weekend. Jason Kutsia, the second of Durant Motorsport cars, and Jason Kutsia with Byron Mitchell, yet another main circuit ace as he takes that tight inside line for the second of the lone 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles out there. 2 seconds between them, and then in 3rd position, Wayne Ward.
Wayne Wortley in the elite category sits there in that 3rd position. He's 19 seconds behind Jason Kutsia. Then in that 4th position, we've got Ati Nagel. Ati Nagel sitting in that 4th place in the elite, and he's 3 minutes and 52 seconds is Ati Nagel behind Wayne Wortley. That is in that 3rd place. Ati Nagel for iRSA Racing Red. Then 5th position in the elites is Raymond Duggan in the Ferrari. He's 1 minute and 47 seconds behind Ati Nagel, and he races for Team iRSA Racing Green. Then in PS6 is Stephen Koenig. He's taken that car over from Janeman Prius in the BMW for Team Heap Together Links, and Stephen is 3 minutes and 3 seconds behind Raymond Duggan. Then in that 7th position...
Sorry, Frankie, I'm just going to stop you there. Stephen Koenig didn't look like he was very comfortable whatsoever. The car didn't look like it was doing what it's supposed to, and I think he's just had an incident. Yep, that's why that car is running so much slower. And he just the wall got back on track, and that is why it's not running too fast.
Yeah, he just turned in there on the drive in front of him, but I think it might have been Robbie Teens that he turned. Yes, it is the 14 car. It's Robbie Teens, and he just turned. He turned slightly to his right, and I don't think he realized at that stage that Robbie Teens was that close to him, and he hammered into Robbie Teens, and once again, that BMW number 14 is crabbing its way around the Nürburgring.
Ooh, it's even worse than what it was before. Now look where that number 5 is, the green 5 on the right hand top corner of your track map. That's how far they're going to have to try and get that car around the circle. It's a long, very long way from there.
Yeah, he's busy working his way down there. We see right at the bottom of the track map, you see that red line. That is basically to indicate the end of the lap. So that is more or less in that zone where the pit is. So he's got a long way to go before he gets that car there. Right, Jan Sparmers. So the leaderboard has been rectified for us by Yaku Stein. A big thanks to Yaku. We were under the impression that Jan Sparmers and Yaku Forster is in the elite category, but they're not. So thanks to Yaku, got it sorted out for us. They are in the Masters, and they are then the leading Masters team. Earlier on, we believed that Francois Hubert and Luc Lucchesi was the leading Masters car, but they're not. They are in that 2nd position, and they are 1 minute and 14 seconds behind Jan Sparmers. There is the BMW of Francois Hubert, and his teammate is Luc Lucchesi.
Well, Frankie, if you look at those times there, 6:34, 6:31, that means 3.3 seconds Francois Hubert quicker. But as you said, 1 minute 14. It's like it.
That's a long time to be behind another driver, specifically in motorsport. Then in 3rd position in the Masters is Herman Lazarus, and he's 1 minute and 47 seconds behind Francois Hubert, and his teammate is Sandro Bakari. Is Herman Lazarus for cheapercars.co.za. Then in that 4th position, 1 minute and 40 behind the Lazarus BMW, is is the Stephen McCarthy Audi, and he's a minute and 39 behind him, and he shares that car with Mike Verrier for 8 Ball 24/7 and Sujin Property. And that is the first 4 cars in the Masters. Then in that 5th position is Robbie Teams. He shares that motor car with Willem Botha, and that car is crabbing itself all over the place. Remember, he was involved in the accident a few seconds ago with Koenig, and that's a replay as he's trying to somehow get that BMW back to the pit area, and he is in a lot of trouble. He's Teams and Botha for the Teams Bolt Racing BMW.
Got as far as the pit entrance and just wouldn't do that last piece. Now he's got to try and make it pit lane, and it's exactly what you don't want in a race like this. It's going to take him quite a bit of time. He's going to get it in there. There's Koenig, that's up on the jacks already, so that one is now going to get a quick repair on it, and you'll get it back out on circuit again. So Rob van Heerfer still out. He's had a couple of off tracks, but that Ferrari is holding together pretty decently, and he finds himself a minute and 3 behind Robbie Teens, who is presently.
Yeah, so that is Rob van Heerfer, and his teammate is Johannes Erasmus. The two of them share that Ferrari as he goes under the Audi Sport, the bridge, and makes his way down that long straight, which will take him towards the end of lap 23. This is a replay of Stephen Koenig, and that's the reason why the car's climbed up on top of the Omco barrier.
That looks like frustration.
Yeah, and that's the reason why you saw him there in the pit lane.
What happened from there was he jumped it straight back to pits, and well, that gates, that part of that is done.
So yeah, not having a good one out there in general is Koenig. They're really battling out there. He and Janeman Preus, that car still standing there in pit lane as Van der Heerfer makes his way through. That's Rob Van der Heerfer, busy making his way through there. Rob is doing pretty well. Koenig still in the pit. He's been in there for a heck of a long time, as a matter of fact. He is approaching a minute and a half that he will be in that pit lane, so obviously a lot of damage on that car after he found himself standing on top of that Omco barrier.
You see the time running 1 minute 29, 1 minute 30 that's standing there in the pits. So that's a long time. And well, tell you what, to recover from that's going to be very difficult. 1 minute 40 still standing in the pit lane. It must feel like a life.
Well, he's handed that car over to Janeman Preus, so the moment that BMW is serviceable again, Janeman or team Heat together will take that 71 BMW back out on circuit once again. And the cars are falling out here like flies. We've lost a lot of them. Nathan Victor is out of this race. Ryan van Eerden is out of this race. And poor Clinton beside note that Ryan's a teammate never even had a chance to get into that motor car before that car went into retirement. As we watch Wayne Wortley, that sits there in that 3rd position. Jason Kutsia is in that pits, and he hands the car over to Byron Mitchell. So Byron Mitchell climbs back into the Durant Motorsport 10 Mercedes-Benz, and Mitchell will take the car back out on track again after it was handed to him by Jason Kutsia.
And Chris climbs in behind the steering wheel. 2 minutes 47. That beam has been standing there already, and that's going to cost them very dearly. Going to have to somehow make a plan to get that car back together and get it back out on circuit. So some good news for some people, some bad news for some people, and well, as always, 6-hour races, very interesting to follow. We'll come back to you shortly. folks, we back with you again, and well, the interesting thing that has happened in watching it here as we were sitting backstage, Francois Hubert was in second position overall in the classes. Francois Hubert that was linked up with Luc Lucchesi, and they were lying second overall. All of a sudden, Francois Hubert showed his name out, which is the same as what we've got with Daniel back on the screen. Slowly but surely, the name dropped down, and then we saw Luc Lucchesi jumped to pit. So Luc Lucchesi is now in that car. Something's obviously gone wrong with the connectivity, or maybe Eskom's having the last laugh or something or other, because Francois Hubert is completely out of it, or something's gone wrong with his rig. But Luc Lucchesi hasn't been able to recover that vehicle back out onto the circuit. So that has turned things completely upside down, and you might actually find that Luc Lucchesi and Francois Hubert, due to connectivity or rig problems, I would tend to think it's connectivity, because it was in the name of Francois Hubert, then it showed jump to pits in the name of Luc Lucchesi, was not able to make it back to the circuit, and it's already 11 minutes that they've been out of the racing. So not looking good for the leading Masters team, but looking very, very good for the likes of Spalmers. Spalmers that we originally thought was with the elites, but is in fact with the Masters, and looking pretty decent out there. 4 minutes and 41 ahead of Sander Bakari.
Well. Yeah, I don't know what happened out there. Luc Lucchesi, as Gary's saying, name shows, so he is some rig is connected in, but like Gaza was saying to you, for whatever reason, he just can't get that car back out onto the circuit. So I'm sure that they are trying very, very hard. If any information does come through to us via the WhatsApp group, because they tend to listen to what we are saying, and if they have any information, the guys that are listening to us, I'm sure that they will oblige, and they will keep us informed as to exactly what the situation is there with that car, and then we can relay that situation and that information to you people watching this production at home.
Talking of which, Stephen Koenig, we saw that they had problems with the BMW. It wasn't handling that well, although we didn't see massive impact with the wall anywhere. And Stevens just sent the message, had to let my stuff cool down. It's taking a toll on the PC and the steering. So what we saw, the replays, was actually correct, that the car wasn't handling properly and that they were battling with it. But we do know that up Joburg side of the world, they experiencing quite a heavy heat wave out that side. And Stephen, for the first time picking up a race like this, it draws a lot on the computer. 20.6 kilometer track does a lot of draw on your PC, and that heavy draw on the PC builds temperature as well. And for that reason, Stephen Koenig had to park it and just let everything cool down a bit, and then hopefully be able to get going again. Is that maybe the same situation for Francois Hubert and Luc Lucchesi? We're going to go off air for a couple of secs. We're going to make a couple of phone calls and see what information we can get together for you and explain what exactly is happening in the background. So, folks, back with you again, and as you know, Second Gear, we like to bring you the inside line, and Second Gear Productions also likes to bring you the inside line. Going live with me, Luke Lukezi. Luke, good afternoon to you.
Hello.
Just explain to us, Francois Joubert out on circuit, all of a sudden it shows out alongside his name. It stands dead still for an extensive period of time. Then we see on our timing screen, on our internal timing screen, it shows Luke Lukezi jump to pits. The car still stands for up to 10 minutes and 47 seconds, and then it pops up back out on track, 1 minute 37 behind Stephen McCarthy. Was that Eskom having a last laugh?
No, it was Francois' internet connection. So before the actual disconnect, he had some sort of flashes of, almost disconnecting, but obviously he wasn't disconnected for long enough for iRacing to take him out of the race. Sort of like 10 seconds or something like that. So we saw the issue starting to happen, before, and we were just hoping they would resolve themselves, but it turned out not to be. Obviously had a massive long tow to the pits. So yeah, that brings us where we are now.
So Francois Joubert finds himself in the Pantera Racing BMW, the second of the BMWs, fourth in class, 1 minute 35 behind Stephen McCarthy. You had a pretty good opening session, apart from the one off drop down to the back end of the field, back up to second position. So this is the second knock that you guys have had. Possible to still get back to the front end of the field?
We're gonna need the people in front of us to have issues as well. Have a total, but even if they have a crash and are able to drive the car back, you're gonna get back to the pits, maybe a minute slower than what your average lap time. But obviously not going to add 10 minutes onto your race time. So yeah, we need some bad luck with everybody else in order for us to. But you never know what happens. Some racing is just part of it. So you got to take the bad.
So Luke, in closing, where's Eskom when you need them?
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think it's, where Francois lives, he doesn't have fibre, so he's got 8 years old. So I think the 8 years old dropped. He said he did notice the lights dimming there. I mean, I don't think he's supposed to have no shit today, but, with Eskom, you never know. I mean, I think with Eskom, we're surprised we do have power. That's the problem.
Now, the surprise used to be when the lights go off. Now, the surprise is when the lights go on. Luke, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
We will follow Pantera Racing pretty closely. 1 minute 21 off Stephen McCarthy. We'll have a look at the latest lap times. In fact, let's pull that up. The last time that was done out there on circuit with a probably very frustrated man behind the steering, Francois Joubert, a 6:31 to the 6:43, 12 seconds quicker there than Stephen McCarthy. It's game on. Yep, we'll have a look and see what has happened there with Steve McCarthy. Look, Lukezi, touch sides with you later in the day.
Alright, thanks, chat later. Bye.
So, as Frankie said, let's get the inside line. So, lack of connectivity on the one side, overheating for Steven Koenig on the other side. Frankie, from the top, Wayne Wortley leading out.
Yeah, in the lead, that's Wayne Wortley that's actually out there in P1. Those two Mercedes-Benz cars have dropped down to P2 and P3 in a class, and they've got Jan Sparman that is in there between them. And Jan Sparmers, according to the leaderboard, is sitting third overall and first in the Masters category. So there's Wayne Wortley. That's a replay of THT champions Wayne Wortley. The whole bonnet of that BMW was gone, and some panel beating done to the front end of that car. Still making his way around without the bonnet on that car, and he is right on the case of Rob van der Heever. He's going to put a lap there on van der Heever, gives him a bit of a nudge. Even that Ferrari is damaged. Look at that, the rear wing of the van der Heever yellow Ferrari. There is battle scars on that car as well, as he puts a lap there on van der Heever does Wortley. And 52 seconds down the road is the next man who'll try and attempt to lap, namely Sandro Bakari.
there's a lot of damage on that back ring. Doesn't look like that much, but believe you me, in iRacing terms, that makes quite a big difference as to how the car is going out there. So Umpiswart in that second position, keeping the Mercedes-Benz name up high. Lewis Hamilton pretty much on the same page with Mercedes-Benz, although Jos Verstappen is happy with his son picking up his second World Championship title earlier today. Umpiswart leading out there from Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell is sitting there. Byron Mitchell is not too far behind him. As a matter of fact, he is 24.9 seconds behind Umpiswart, not too far behind him. 25 seconds is a massive gap between Umpiswart and Byron Mitchell. And then 3 minutes 32 behind them is the Porsche of Adenauer. There goes the iRSA Racing Red Porsche, number 88 in P4 in class, and that is Adenauer. And he's 2 minutes and 34 seconds behind German Prius. That is the next man you will catch and put a lap on there. Adenauer sitting 4th overall in the class. Then 1 lap behind them in P5 is Corne Briet. Corne Briet is sitting in that 5th position, Corne Briet. And then we see Janeman Prius. He's 2 laps down, and they are back out on track again. Remember, Stephen Koenig climbed all over the Omka barrier with that car, and then they were in the pits, which just seemed like forever. Prius got back in the car, but he had to sit and wait until that car was repaired to release him back out on track again. He is 2 laps down, but he is in 6th position overall in the elite category.
Hans Palmer's leading out for the Masters. He's had a pretty good run out there, I must say. He will be pretty happy with the way things have worked out. Maybe Hans Palmer's no slouch whatsoever with the German Forst THT Links team. And one person's bad luck, another person's good luck. Their biggest competition would have been Luc Lucchesi and Francois Joubert in the Pantera Racing, but that due to unforeseen circumstances with connectivity problems for Francois Joubert has made a notable difference. Is it enough for spammers and teammates to pick up an overall victory? Well, we're going to have to stick around and see. Sandro Bakari will feel pretty tough with where they are right now. 2nd position overall, although they find themselves 5.25 minutes down. Taken that a pit stop is around about a minute. Let's have a look at the number of pit stops that they have actually had to date. How does that one play out? Sandro Bakari and them have had 4 pit stops. Jan Spammers only 2. Wayne Wortley only 2 as well. So Jan Spammers can't be that far away from the next stop in the pits, and that will then bring that to the 4 or the lower 4-minute mark as such. Francois Joubert eventually finds himself connected to the system and back out there 1.5 minutes off Sandro Bakari. Let's have a look at his slightly irritated, probably last lap time. Francois Joubert is 6:31, and that taking 26 seconds out of Sandro Bakari.
Yeah, and it looks as he's a minute and 29 behind Joubert behind Bakari, but he is 1 lap down. I can't say a lap down on what was 1 lap down on Jan Sparmers. I presume he's a lap down on Jan Sparmers because that is within that category. So he's 1 minute 29 behind Bakari, but he was a lap down to Jan Sparmers. That's how I see it on that leaderboard.
Yeah, you take 5 minutes 18 plus 1 minute 29, that gives you 6:47, which is more than a lap. So yes, it would be 1 lap down with Jan Sparmers is Francois Joubert, the teammate of Luc Lucchesi. 3rd overall, they're going to make up 1.5 minutes to get to that 2nd position, then unlap themselves from the very quick Jan Sparmers team with Jaco Forster, and Jaco's just as quick as what Jan Sparmers is out there. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch. A little bit further back, Mike Berrier he had Stephen McCarthy in the car earlier on. They just 22 seconds off the back of Francois Hubert. That has been brought right back to within their grips after the connectivity problem. Then a little bit further back we have a Robbie team. So that brings you up to date with where we're at. We're going to take a short
right, we're back, and as we join you, we've got a change between Francois Hubert and Mike Berrier. That means that Francois Hubert and Luc Lucchesi find themselves back in the top three in the Masters category. Earlier on, you heard Luc Lucchesi on the phone say that he didn't think that it was possible, but then again, as he says, and we all know, motorsport is a funny old game, and anything can happen anywhere, anytime, any place, anyhow. And there you see it. That team of Luc Lucchesi and Francois Hubert is back in third position in the Masters category. They're a minute and 4 seconds behind Sandro Bakari, and they are 1 lap behind the Masters leader, which is Jan Spommers, and his teammate is Jaco Forster.
So let's have a look there then, Frankie. 7 minutes 23, Sandro Bakari 7 minutes 26, 3.1 seconds that he's taken out. So yeah, that's like the better part of 20 laps, and that's 2/3 of the race that we've done so far. So it's a very, very, very big mountain to climb. Let's have a look at the pit stops. Is there maybe a bit of space for them to pick up something in the pit stop side of things? No, there is not. They are on the same strategy.
So we still ride aboard here with Francois Hubert. That is third in the Masters category, and Francois Hubert not doing half bad at all. And Jan Spommers is there ahead of him on the overall battle there for in the battle box. And then Wayne Wortley is there ahead of him as well. But of course, Wortley is in a different class to what these drivers are. Umpri Swart and Byron Mitchell from the top of the leaderboard. There they go. Durant Motorsport has done it again, and they haven't done it again, but they've done it again in the sense to get those two Mercedes-Benz cars back into first and second positions. They had their issues earlier on when they were all over the place with in and out the pits and accidents on the track, and somehow they seem to be able to get it right to bounce right back again. There is a 22-second gap between Yuri Swart and Byron Mitchell that is in that second position, but that won't phase them too much. There is Byron Mitchell. There's a lot of dirt on the nose of the Umpri Swart car, not too much on the nose of the Mercedes-Benz of Byron Mitchell. I picked that one up earlier just before Gary jumped to the Mitchell car that's there in that second position.
I'd like to try and explain it.
Please do.
I can't.
Oh.
I don't know. It looked very, very dirty.
It is dirty.
Maybe somebody went off just in front of the Mercedes-Benz, and for that reason the computer picked up a whole lot of rubble and junk and threw it at the front of the car. It's the only thing I can think of. Let's just have another look at that. It's really interesting. Swat.
Oh, there you see all that dirt. That, you know what I think? I think the game actually picks up the marbles on the side of the circuit, that the rubber that comes off the tires of the race cars, and it shows you exactly how this game how it works according to reality. That if there's anybody in front of him and they maybe drive through the marbles, it picks up that rubber and it throws it onto the front end of that car, because that, for obvious reasons, can't be oil. That's for sure.
Well, you never know. Anything is possible with iRacing. So that's
but if I look at it, sorry to interrupt, if I look at it from what I'm seeing here, that looks like rubber, yes.
Well, having a look at the Byron Mitchell car, not as fast, but a whole heap cleaner, and looking quite fine in that second position. 21 seconds from Byron Mitchell to the tail end, the tailpipes of Umpri Swart, but still a decent distance ahead of Wayne Wortley and Jacques Water in the THT Champs entry.
Yes, I must say, they are 49, nearly 50 seconds behind Yuri Swart, but they are 28.1 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. He's that combination of Wortley and his teammate that's sitting there in that third position. Then Jan Spommers, well, Jan is 41 seconds behind Wortley, and he is is first in the Masters category is Jan Spalmers. And of course, Jan Spalmers doing extremely well out there. He is the teammate of Jaco Forster. There is Jan Spalmers in that THT car, which is team heaped together on the side of that car. Links. Then Jaco Stein sits out there, and Jaco Stein is 4.39 seconds behind Jaco Spalmers. And Jaco Stein is fifth on track, but he is fourth in class there behind Spalmers. So the guys that he's actually fighting with is Swart Mitchell and Wortley, and then we see Jaco Stein. But to get to them first, he's got to get past Jan Spalmers, and as I so speak, we jump to Sandro Bakari, and he is making his way into the pit lane in that 69 BMW.
Now that brings into play just a little bit closer, in fact 2.8 kilometers and closing, Francois Joubert, that would then end up being in a position to maybe go into second class. So where is Francois Joubert? On his way down that long straight, and well, he's going to be pushing hard. There's a big gap between himself and the tail end of Jan Spalmers. I tend to think Herman Lazarus gets into the car, and well, if Herman's just about ready to go out, then they're going to hold on to that position. But Francois Joubert is going to be a whole heap closer there. They get it off the line. Here comes Francois Joubert in the Team Pantera Racing, the teammate of Luc Lucchesi. He comes through, and that gap's going to be a whole lot closer.
It's has he got him? I think he has got him. Francois Joubert, has he got through on him? No, he hasn't.
Joubert is got. Joubert in second position.
Yeah,
Let's
what?
go to class.
Yes, yes, I actually saw that. So he has gone up into that second position. I was watching that gap go to 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 6 meters, and then I saw Francois Joubert take that car through. So they are now in second in class, ahead of the combination of Mike Verrier that you see there on screen and his teammate Steve McCarthy.
So let's have a look exactly how this plays out. Jan Spalmers, there he is. That's the green number 1. Where is Francois Joubert on circuit? There he is, number 2, but a lap down. So it's a lap and a smidgen that Francois Joubert is further back. That's the number 2. Where is third place? There he is, Mike Verrier, not that far behind. So while Jan Spalmers has got a lap on Francois Joubert, Mike Verrier and Francois Joubert are in fact very, very close to one another. So let's have a look in where is Robbie Teens. Robbie Teens is well, 2/3 of a lap further back is Robbie Teens. So 3 minutes 55, that's what it looks like. If you look at the 1, the 2 underneath it on your left hand side of the track map, and that's 6 seconds difference between them. The 3 is Mike Verrier, and then the 4 is a long, long way back from that. Almost 2/3 of a lap is the difference there. So Francois Joubert actually doing a pretty decent job right now. It's looking pretty decent for Francois Joubert.
Yeah, well, it's a massive comeback there from Francois Joubert and Luc Lucchesi, and Luc will be saying thanks, Francois. Now remember that early on Francois had major problems, connectivity problems, and everything just went pear-shaped for him. And obviously that would have included Luc Lucchesi as well, because if that car can't go anywhere, Luc can get into it, but he battled to get the car out on the track again. Francois Joubert ever continued in the car, and Luc stepped out of it, and somehow that car got back into the race again. So well done there to both of them, as a matter of fact, from being in a position where they felt that they're not going to be able to get anything right, they're not going to get a top 3. Now all of a sudden they find themselves in that second position. Can they win the Masters? I don't know, but I think that they can still get a second position as Herman Lazarus brings that BMW out back onto the circuit once again, and then stops and then jumps straight back into his pit box.
That's very strange. Jump straight back. Maybe there was an error in the pits as to changing tires or not putting enough fuel on board or something similar. Let's go back to hammer on the car still standing there. It's not up on the jacks. Maybe the instructions that was given to the crew chief was not followed out the way that they wanted it to, and in fact didn't get enough fuel in the car because it's not a tire change. You can see the car's not up on the jacks, and that's costing them pretty dearly as the seconds are ticking away, and he's still standing there. So definitely something has gone a little bit. What else can happen in this race? There's not a lot that hasn't happened yet. We'll come back to you shortly. folks, we are back with you. This is the 6-hour event sponsored by ASAP New and Used Parts, the Victoria side of the world. We're on lap 33, 3 hours 37 into a 6-hour Enduro event. Coming to you live from Belgium down in Parow, friendly city of Cape Town. A lot cooler than what's happening up Victoria Joburg side, where they experiencing a bit of a heat wave. Just had a long chat now as to exactly where the leaders are in this race. That in fact is Wayne Wortley, that you see out there on circuit. Let's just go through classes. So Wayne Wortley leading them out, and he's got a 14-second gap on Byron Mitchell, the first of the two Mercedes-Benz out there in the hands of Durant Motorsport. Right in there behind him, two from the iRSA, one with the yellow trim, the one with the red trim, and that is our front three in class. That is out there. And Frankie, we were actually having quite an extended discussion as to how exactly this leaderboard works now that everything is completely mixed up.
Well, I'm watching this lot there. You see that Byron Mitchell's going to put a lap on corner Briet. There is corner Briet, and they're going to catch, two of them are going to catch that Mitchell, and Familiaris going to catch a corner Briet and put a lap on him. However, what I'm finding very interesting here is the fact that Byron Mitchell is only, now I'm watching the gap, the interval gap. It's only 14.6 seconds now. It's coming down between himself, Byron Mitchell, and Wayne Wortley, and there's only 1.8 between Familiaris and Mitchell. So if Julian can catch up onto the back end of Byron and they can work together, then they can go and fetch Wortley out on track and pass him on track and pull away on track if they can, without having pit stops come into play. Because every time Wortley goes into the pits, then you find the Durant guys sit first and second, and when they go in, then he pops up ahead of them. So they're going to want to have to change their plans, work together, close the gap on themselves, and then go after him and get those two Mercedes-Benz cars that you see there on the screen ahead of him on circuit, and then obviously make plans to get away from him and try and win this one and get a first and second overall. That's just my thought. That's just what I'm seeing on the screen. It doesn't mean it's going to pan out that way.
A little bit further down, 4 minutes and 46 further back, that's Jakob Steyn. Let's have a look at the number of pit stops that has been done to date. Let's see how that pans out. 3 for Wayne Wortley. See that, is that good or is that bad? That means that they've done one stop less, but that probably means that they've stretched it out a little bit further. Should Wayne Wortley go into the pits before Byron and Julian, as was said by the voice of Motorsport, Frank Yernes? Yes, that then puts the Byron Mitchell Julian from the iRSA pairing back to the front, who are linked with Jason Itzier and respectively Umpi Swart. So right now, Wayne Wortley having stretched his pit stops out just a little bit. Let's see if we can have a look at those pit stops as such. Let me see if I can find that for us quickly. As if I can get that. Let's have a look at that one. There we go. And you can see Wortley stretched it out. There you go, Frankie. There's confirmation of what you were saying. Wortley is running longer with his teammate than Mitchell from the iRSA, and if they can end up with one pit stop less, they will probably win this one. Should they not end up with one pit stop less, they will then probably end up in third position.
Quite right, Gary. I did say some at the top of this production. I did say that, remember, when everybody else went in for their first pit stop, they stayed out. And when everybody went in for their second one, they only went in for their first one. Now that was the combination of Jacques Buerta, Wayne Wortley, and the combination of Jaco Forster and Jan Spalmers. That would then be those two cars. So then I also said that they might have to do one pit stop less than everybody else. So, and I'm sure that the Durant guys are aware of it. So as I was saying, that these guys need to work together, the Durant boys, to try and get ahead of him on track and pull away, they will also know that that Wayne Wortley car, Wortley and Jacques Botha, is probably at the end of the day going to have to do one pit stop less, which would then count in their favor. It sounds complicated, and it is complicated, folks, because it's endurance racing. And in endurance racing, any damn thing can happen anytime. The only thing certain about motorsport is that nothing is certain. And specifically when it comes to endurance racing, anything can happen anytime. It evolves. It's a living, breathing thing, an endurance race. It evolves all the time, and you never know how it will end until the checkered flag comes out.
Well, let's look at this scenario. That's Jan Spalmers. That's the man that's leading the Masters. He's had 3 pit stops as Jan Spalmers. Had a very good race event to date. I don't think he can be upset whatsoever. Jacob Forster in the TLT Links team with him. So they are leading out. But just in front of him on circuit is in fact the man that is second in class. So let's just go one track position further forward. There he is, and that is the man that's in second position. So just about just about to be lapped, but has actually just unlapped himself at this stage of the fight. And there he is, and there is the man that's in fact leading the class. So at this stage of the fight, literally 6.5 minutes is the difference between first and second position. There you can see on screen 6 minutes 25, and well, it's going to be very difficult from there. But Francois Joubert and Luca Kisi have done 5 split stops. Jan Spammers has in effect only done 3 with his teammate. So take 1 pit stop time and deduct that from the 6:35, and you still have a pretty decent lead by Jan Spammers.
Yeah, so once again, does it sound complicated for the people out there that aren't used to motorsport? Yes, it does, but don't worry, just sit back and enjoy it. We know what we're talking about here.
Trust us, your
In
check's
the
in the post.
studio. We've actually got confused a few times out here, but it's the nature of this racetrack. It's a very, very long racetrack with one lap being 20.6 Ks, and it's a never-ending lap, and it can confuse you every now and then. That is why that's another reason why they call it the green hell, because it confuses the hell out of everybody. But it's a very technical racetrack, and you cannot afford to make mistakes on this circuit. It will bite you severely.
I take it the greens refer to the beautiful scenery around the circuit.
Yes.
Because it's very, very lush scenery. Let's have a look at the blimp shot of what it looks like. Look at that all over. Every single shot that you get from the circuit is definitely in a rain belt, and to lots and lots of precipitation. Nice to see that the whole surrounding area looks as nice as what it is. The green hell, that's exactly what it's been for the likes of numerous of the racers out there.
Yeah, and in real life, ask Niki Lauda. While you can't, he's sad you're not with us anymore, but you could have asked him, because this is the circuit that they ran Formula 1 on. They never did the short version that they've got nowadays. This was the Formula 1 track, and back in 1976 he was involved in a massive accident here at the Nürburgring on the long circuit, the endurance circuit, and it took so much time for the emergency vehicles to get to him that even race drivers stopped, sacrificed their race to get out to try and assist him, and that's where he got himself so badly bent. And you wouldn't believe it, 8 weeks later he was back behind the Ferrari and racing the Ferrari steering wheel, I should say, and racing once again. But the point is, it happened on this very racetrack that these guys are doing the 6-hour endurance out there on the circuit.
3 hours 46. We'll come back to you shortly.
right, 3 hours and 53 minutes left. We are approaching 4 hours. A big thanks to ASAP Motor Spares. And a couple of replays while we were off air. This one is that's the one that we saw when he stopped and then jumped straight back into the pit area again. And then Jaco Steyn for iRSA Racing Red in the Porsche on the sand, on the grass, and then he was a passenger from there on in, and eventually got that Porsche back out onto the track once again and continued on his way. And that was a replay there of Jaco Steyn. Then a replay here once again of Jaco Steyn. And then Johan Erasmus for PAU Energy Drink SA in that lovely Ferrari. You cannot on slick tires put those wheels on the grass. It'll grip and it'll dump you into the Armco barrier, and that's exactly what happened there in that replay to that Ferrari of Johan Erasmus, or Johannes Erasmus, but as he's also known, as you can see on the screen there, as Johan Erasmus. And then he went on his way once again. So that's just two of the replays that we have seen so far, as we go back live again with Wayne Wortley for Team Heat Together Champions, THT Champions in the BMW. He is overall and class leader is Wayne Wortley, and he is 14.8 seconds ahead of the first of the Durant Motorsport Mercedes-Benz AMG cars, and that is Byron Mitchell for Durant Motorsport 10. Then Julian Familiaris out there as well. He is in that third position. He is 4.5 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. So the Durant Motorsport guys are sitting second and third. They will not like the fact that they are being beaten by Wayne Wortley. They would like to go out there, and they would definitely like to win this one. Wortley and Jacques Buerta are out there in the lead. Then we've got in fourth position, that is Jan Spalmers, and he is the leader of the Masters. Now, Jan is 43 seconds behind Familiaris, and he's a minute and 2 seconds behind Wortley. He is a Jan Spalmer sitting in fourth position, and he is first overall in the Masters category. Then in fifth position, we've got Jaco Steyn, and he's coming up on a couple of back markers there. Lazarus, Prius, and McCarthy is Jaco Steyn in the 88 car, and he is fourth in the elite category. He's 4 minutes and he's 4 seconds behind Spalmers, and he's 5 minutes and 34 seconds behind Wayne Wortley. He's Jaco Steyn for iRSA Racing Red. Then in P6 and second overall in the Masters, he's 1 minute 53 seconds behind Steyn. He's that man, Francois Hubert, and he is the first driver to go one lap down on race leader Wayne Wortley. Then we have got Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan is in the elite category. He's nearly 43 seconds behind Francois Hubert in that Ferrari for iRSA Racing Green, and he is also a lap down on Wayne Wortley. Then in 8th position, we have got the third of the Masters, and that is Stephen McCarthy and Mike Berry in the Audi, and they are 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind Francois Hubert out there on circuit. So that's a very short wrap-up of what you see out there on lap 37. As we are approaching 4 hours, there's 2 more hours to go. Then in overall 9th position, we've got Herman Lazarus, and then rounding off the top 10 is Willem Buerta.
Wayne Wortley's just gone into the pits and handing over to Jacques Buerta. So as Frankie said, out of sync in terms of the pit stops. Byron Mitchell's already worked his way through. There he is. Julian Familiaris has already worked his way through. Jacques Buerta finds himself in the pits. and that's taking over from Wayne Wortley in the tyre change as well. So we're 4 hours into the race, and they are doing a fine job. The leader in the Outroppies class, if we want to call it that, Jan Spammers, comes into the pits as well. So Jacques Buerter retains third overall and the third in class, as the fourth place car, Jan Spammers, comes in, and then it's Jacques Buerter that takes that car out of the pits. Wayne Wortley did a brilliant job, and we wait now to see. It's about 53 seconds that the Durant Motorsport duo have got on Jacques Buerter, which is a pretty fine session as we 2/3 of the way into this.
Well, Miliaris and Mitchell, as Jaco Forster climbs into that 000 car, he's taken that car over from Jan Spammers. As for the Durant Motorsport boys, they do know that Jacques Buerter, that's there in that third position, and for that matter, Jaco Forster, who is still there in the pits, might have to do one pit stop less. So what they need to do is they need to attempt, and I know it's a hard task, to build up such a lead that even they do have to do the extra pit stop, that they can get in and get out of that combination of Buerter in the BMW and Forster in that Porsche. Can it be done? I don't know. I'm not sure what plotting and planning and scheming is going on there in the Durant Motorsport stable, but they will obviously be trying anything to stay ahead there of Buerter. There's Francois Hubert, that is sitting overall in that sixth position, but he is a second to Jaco Forster. He is 5 minutes and 7 seconds behind the Forster, and 7 minutes and 12 seconds behind Byron Mitchell.
So that means, Frankie, that he is in fact just ahead of Jaco Forster on circuit, but almost a lap behind.
Yeah, Jaco Forster, of course, together with Jan Spammers, is in the master category, so that will also make life even more complicated for the Durant boys, because they know that they've got all these master drivers out there that is in the overall leaderboard in there between them. So it just makes things a little bit more difficult for the Durant Motorsport team.
Pretty good drive so far by Stephen McCarthy. The lone Audi still out there. Stephen McCarthy, 8 call 24/7 Sujin Properties, one of the big six that have helped to get us to exactly where we are with Second Gear Productions, right from Cape Town, Belgelegen, Parow, friendly city, what's turned into the windy city recently now, but still a whole heap more comfortable than up Pretoria side of the world, where we had the likes of Stephen Koenig that had a overheating situation on his computer earlier on. The steering mechanism overheated, the computer was busy overheating. To save the computer, he actually had to go out of it and then come back in again and carry on from there. So the change of seasons, well, anything's possible. We found with COVID, anything that is certain is that the sun will go up and that the sun will go down. Nothing else you could rely on whatsoever. And add ESCOM into that, well, anything's possible. Connectivity problems that happened earlier on for Francois Hubert while he was out on circuit. That's the teammate for Luke Easy. And connectivity problems, no thanks to ESCOM, that took Francois out of it. Luke brought the car back into the pits. Then you've got to do a tow back to the pits. That takes quite a bit of time. And then got Francois back out on circuit again. For that reason, Jaco Forster finds himself in the lead position and fairly safe at this stage of the fight, almost a lap in it, and nothing much time-wise between them in terms of the lap times that they're doing, short of an accident which is going to cause a tow back to pits, not a jump back to pits. I do believe that Jaco Forster is going to take his first title.
Well, we'll have a look and see. Yeah, well, he'd love to win this one. Jaco Forster and Jan Spammers, they'd love to win the Masters. But it's not going to be easy, although I think they basically got it in the bag. Francois Hubert has unlapped himself from them. but he's going to go all the way around basically and catch them again. And look at that track back there. It's at 20.6 kilometers. The moment you unlap yourself from a car that is a bit slower than you, you're going to go all the way around and try and catch them. But meantime, they're going round and around as well, and the clock is ticking. So I don't think that Francois Hubert and Luc Mackenzie will win this one. But if you see the position that they were in early on, they will be happy with the second overall in the Masters category.
Yep, no doubt about that. 6-hour Enduro 2022 iRacing South Africa. The final round of 6-hour races for the 2022 season, brought to you by ASA New and Used Parts. And you'll see on the left-hand top corner the email address. Support those that support us in motorsport. We'll be back with you shortly.
Right, so with the 4 hours and 15 minutes done, a big thanks to ASAP new and used motor spares. ASAPspares.co.za. They're in Gauteng in Pretoria West. A big thanks to them for the sponsorship of the 6-hour Enduro. Testing 1 2. Oh, he's there. Sorry, I just didn't see the line running on the screen, and I knew the mic was on, so I do apologize for that. So, big thanks to ASAP new and used motor spares. Right, here we go. Byron Mitchell and Julian Familiaris sitting first and second. For the Run Motorsport, 7.2 seconds gap between the two of them. Jacques Buerta took over that motor car from Wayne Wortley, and he sits there in that third position. Now he is 57.6 seconds behind the Durant Motorsport team. Probably you will find by the time we get to the checkered flag that they, being Buerta and Wortley, will have to do one pit stop less than the Durant Motorsport boys. So therefore the Durant guys are going to have to pedal as hard as they can, as I said earlier on, and try and get a sizable lead on that Jacques Buerta Wayne Wortley car, so that if they do have to do a pit stop more than Buerta and Wortley, that they can stay ahead of them by the time they get to the checkered flag. So that would probably be what the Durant Motorsport team is telling Mitchell and Familiaris, together with Piswar and Jason Kutsia as well. You guys now need to get on with the job. It's hammer time, guys, and give us qualifying laps from now on until the checkered flag, which is still quite some distance away. Well, that is just my theory. It doesn't mean that I'm right. As we have a look at the replay of Adenauer, and that's what I saw earlier on. Just got back into the studio from having our break. We just stopped on the circuit and then leapfrogged back into the pit area. So exactly what went wrong there, well, that I don't know. There is Jacques Buerta. That is the driver that I was talking about earlier on. He and Wayne Wortley, they are 58.1 seconds. He's Buerta behind Familiaris, and he's 1 minute and 5 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. There is Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan is 7 minutes and 20 seconds behind Buerta, and he is a lap behind Mitchell, and he's the first driver in overall, in total, to go one lap down, and he sits fourth in the elite category. Then Stephen Koenig at 10 minutes and 44 seconds behind Raymond Duggan, and 2 laps behind Byron Mitchell is Koenig and Janeman Prius. And trust me, believe me, they have had their fair issues with that THT team heaped together BMW. And even so, they never ever gave up. They continued, Gaza, and they find themselves in that top 5 in the elite category.
Adenauer still there in the pits, and I do believe that it's a beautiful, beautiful paint and spray job of those rims. Probably the nicest livery of all the cars out there. I think it's really looks like Raymond Duggan's come into the pits now as well. There he comes, and he'll put his position. Unfortunately, Troy Dolanchik and Ryan Van Eden out of this one. Leading out in the Masters class, doing yet another lap. Lap number 40, 4 hours 20 into the 6 hours. Leading out, Jaco Costa.
Yeah, that is Jaco Costa in the 000 car. He and Jan Sparmers are teammates in that Porsche, sitting out there in the P1 in that category. Second, Francois Hubert and that man Luc Lucchesi. That's now behind the wheel of that BMW. And they are 6 minutes and 20 seconds behind Jaco Costa, and they are 8 minutes and 34 seconds behind Byron Mitchell is Luc Lucchesi and Francois Hubert. Then in third position, the sole remaining Audi out there, and that is Steve McCarthy. That is in that car on the April 24/7 and Cuisine Properties outfit, and his teammate is Mike Berger. They are nearly 2 minutes behind Luke Lucchese, and they are one lap behind overall leader Byron Mitchell, and that is the top three in the Masters class.
Just outside of the top three, Willem Botha, also a lap down as such, and they've had lots of fun as well. Ups and downs, good and bad, some good, some bad. Him and Johan Engelbrecht, they, well, what can I say? It's been very eventful for them at this stage of the fight. Robbie Team's also involved there with that one as well. And they battled to get into the circuit initially, and they now find Willem Botha and his teammate second of the BMWs in the Masters class and just outside of the top three. Can they make it into the top three? No, they need somebody in front of flat problems.
But Sandro Bakari is about 17 seconds behind Willem Botha. Yes, he's a lap down to Byron Mitchell, but he is only 17 seconds behind Willem Botha. That is Sandro Bakari and Herman Lazarus, and they are not too far. They're on the same lap as Willem Botha, and they're only 17 seconds is Bakari behind Botha, and that is that fight out there for that fourth position in the Masters category, and then 2 laps behind the leaders and 5 minutes and 29 seconds behind Sandro Bakari is that yellow and white TAU Energy Drinks Ferrari, and it's now in the hands of Rob van der Heever as the two front motorsport guys say, "Get out of my way, we are coming through."
Up, that's Julian from the RS, the man that's in second position and puts a lap on both of those. So 4 hours 22 into 6 hours so far.
Right, we are back again with 1.5 hours left before we see the checkered flag at the 6 hour of the Nürburgring, the Green L, the endurance circuit that they do with 24-hour on, believe it or not. Big thanks to ASAP, new and used motor spares. They are in Gauteng in Pretoria, and their email address is asapspares.co.za. There is your race leader and class leader, and that is Julian Familiaris out there in that number 10 car sitting out there in P1 for Durant Motorsport, and he is 18.2 seconds ahead of the sister car being campaigned now by Jason Gutierrez. 18.2 seconds, and you can bet your bottom dollar that they're going to want to get these two cars across the line in P1 and P2. Only 11.7 seconds behind Jason Gutierrez is Jacques Buerta, and he's only 30 seconds behind Familiaris. And I must say, they've done very, very well, him and Wayne Wortley. They've been driving the wheels off this THT Champions BMW from the get-go, right from the time the clock started ticking and the red lights went off, and they find themselves third in class and third overall. Then we've got Jaco Foster. He is the first of the Masters. He and Jan Sparmer sitting in P1 in class and fourth overall. And on track, he is 50.3 seconds behind Jacques Buerta and a minute and 20 behind Familiaris. Then behind him in P5 overall and second in class is Luke Lucchesi. And Luke is a lap down on Familiaris and 6 minutes and 22 seconds behind Jaco Foster. And I think that Luke Lucchesi and his teammate Francois Hubert have now realized that unless something goes very wrong with Foster and Sparmers, that second position is probably where they will end. Then we've got Raymond Duggan. He's the next driver on the board, and he is in the elite category out there in that Ferrari. He is in the sixth position, and he's also one lap behind overall leader Julian Familiaris. Then we've got Stephen McCarthy in that Audi R8. Sorry, before we get to Steve McCarthy, I apologize. We've got Ati Nagel. Ati Nagel is in the elite class, Ati Nagel, and he is also one lap behind Familiaris. Then we get the third of the Masters drivers, that is Stephen McCarthy. As I speak about Ati Nagel, he's pulled the Porsche into pit lane. Stephen McCarthy is third in the Masters category, and he is in total one lap behind Familiaris as well, and he sits third overall in the category in that Audi R8 with that V10 power plant, and his teammate is Dr. Mike Berrier. As Ati Nagel makes his way back out onto the circuit, Ati Nagel still there in that seventh position, but right in there behind him and fighting for track position is Stephen McCarthy.
And then behind Stephen McCarthy is Willem Buerta, 2 laps down from Julian Familiaris and Jason Gutierrez. They find themselves fourth in class is Willem Buerta. He's had a pretty decent run out there. I think he'll be fairly happy with it. I mean, this is not an easy circuit. It's not a easy race to be able to try and come up tops. I think Willem Buerta will be pretty happy with the zoo racing efforts to date. Still inside of the top 10 overall. In there behind him, Sandro Baccari.
Yeah, Sandro Baccari is sitting there in that 10th position, and he's fighting there with Willem Buerta, who is the other master, and he's only 2.9 seconds. He's Baccari behind Buerta, and that will be there. The two of them are in the same screen, and then coming up behind them, and I think it's to lap them, will be Luke Lucchesi. We'll see that on the back box. And he slows down and he stops us under Baccari. Well, that was just courteous. That was just being courteous, Gary. And he slowed right down and he allowed Lucchese to put the lap on him without any resistance to Luke Lucchese.
Oh, he just went around the top line and saying, well, we got 6 hours, there's minutes between us, second and a half, 2 seconds. We're not going to make that much difference whatsoever. 6th in class and 11th overall, Rob van der Heever, one of the few drivers out there, frankly, we don't know that much about.
I don't know much about Rob van der Heever, and he's a teammate, Johan Erasmus. Don't really know too much about these drivers. It's the first time that I see Erasmus and van der Heever, and they haven't done themselves any harm out there. They've come, they've raced. I don't know what form of racing they've done before, but clearly they know their way around a sim rig racetrack, that's for sure. And then we've got Stephen Koenig sitting in a 12th overall position. He's Stephen Koenig, and he is 14.1 seconds behind van der Heever, and him and his teammate Janeman Prius, and 2 laps behind Familiaris. As I said earlier on, they've had issues with that BMW from the get-go, but it's never say die when it comes to Stephen Koenig and Janeman Prius. They just keep on going, and 9 out of 10 times they will get their vehicles to the checkered flag.
Yep, they've actually been closed down by Doom Familiaris. You can see coming from behind Doom Familiaris with the Durant Motorsport car, and that with the yellow trim. You'll probably find Stephen will, after the complex, just move across to the side and let the Durant Motorsport car go through like that. As Frankie's got his new word for the day, second word for the day, courteous. The bad luck story, Troy Dolenchik's not qualifying well, working his way right up into 3rd position, handing over to Nathan Victor. Nathan goes and bins it, and I think Troy just said, no, let's rather go and swim. Enough for the day. And that was the first and the last that we saw of the young frequent flyer, Troy Dolenchik, man that will be riding in the Bestchem Formula 1600s, the last meeting at the Extreme Festival of 2022 at Swartkorps just 6 days from now, and that will complete his rookie season in Bestchem Formula 1600s. The eye on winning it in the 2nd year, picking up R250,000 prize money and getting a single-seater drive overseas.
I got to feel sorry for Ryan McKinnon as well. They're also out of this one as we watch Koenig make his way through. Now we come to Steve McCarthy. He and Clinton beside note, they were teammates in this one. Clint never had a chance to even get into the car. And this is the first time that Ryan McKinnon, to my knowledge, takes part in the iRacing, especially event of this size. Ryan McKinnon races at the Line International Raceway, GTI Challenge Class C. He and his brother Dylan McKinnon, and they are 2 of the top runners in GTI Challenge Class C, together with people like Matthew Rowe, Seth Underbile, and of course Chase Herald as well. So Ryan McKinnon, no slouch around the racetrack, but it just didn't work out for him, and that was right in the opening stint that he had problems with that Audi R8.
Ryan van Heerden also linked to the initiation of TMSA.
Yes, together with the Walsher brothers, this is correct, Ryan van Heerden. So we did do a little bit of sim racing in the beginning when we had TMSA, when we had a Bar Cup and one or two other classes after that, and then didn't see Ryan do as many sim races as what we thought that he would have, but it was lovely to see him back while it lasted. It didn't last long. He's 37 laps down, and obviously, as you can see, he's out of this one, but I'm hoping that we will see him back for more sim races as well as real-time races in the future.
It's some you win, some you lose. As they say, sometimes you're the bug, sometimes you're the window. This stage of the fight, the big question goes about this man, Jacques Porter. Have they done the fuel strategy correctly, or have the Durant Motorsport boys done it correctly? If Jacques Porter has got it right, and they managed to somehow eke out one less fuel stop Nato June Miliaris and Jason Sia, they will then win it outright. Should they not be able to eke out a full pit stop, then it's going to be the way you see it there now, June Miliaris and Jason Sia with their teammates Byron Mitchell into Swart, the number 9 and the number 10 Durant Motorsport increase. They are in fact in the 6-hour championship, which is not well known in terms of point standings, but I've been given the inside information there. We like to do the secondary productions and secondary talk show, and they are in fact lying first and second points wise overall for the 6-hour series for 2022. This one being the last one, being sponsored by ISEP and Space in World.
While you're talking about Jacques Buerta, the Durant guys are not in the safe zone because there's only 9.4 seconds between Buerta and Kutsia, and overall approximately 29 seconds between Buerta and overall leader Familiaris. So whatever they might have tried to do to get away from him so that they can do a pit stop each and get out ahead of him, it hasn't worked at this point in time. He has done one pit stop less. As a matter of fact, he hasn't. They're now on the same. They are on the same strategy. So I cannot see that Buerta can do another hour and just over 50 minutes on the tank of fuel that he has got. But we'll have to see. Time will tell. And I cannot see Julian and Jason not making another pit stop as well. We of course don't know what's going on in the rigs. The drivers are talking to each other and they are talking to team managers. There's a lot of conversation going on that you at home and us in the studio can't hear, but there's a lot of chatter that will be going on over the radio, so we'll just call it as we see it, and we'll know, just like you do when the checkered flag comes out, what the strategy is for Durant Motorsport, or are they going to be pipped there by that BMW of Jacques Buerta and Wayne Mortley?
Well, you can see Jacques and Wayne, their first, second, third, and fourth stints all were slightly longer than the Durant Motorsport cars. But when the two Durant Motorsport cars came in, they then did a very short stint and came in at the same time. Why? Not too sure. Surprising, for something they had made good headway up until that point. Why not continue with that strategy? But for whatever reason, that is where they are. So should they not now be able to sort it out in terms of the pit stops? Can they make up, I refer now to Buerta, in time? Can they make up that amount of time? Well, on the last lap, 1 second quicker than Jason Sia.
Yeah, Julian 6:29 dead, Jason is 6:29.7, and Jacques is 6:27.5. So he was quicker than both Familiaris and Kutsia on that last lap, and there is 8.2 seconds between himself and Kutsia, and 28 seconds between himself and Familiaris as Koenig moves out the way, and he allows Jason Kutsia to go through. Now both Familiaris and Kutsia shortly will be looming up onto the back of Rob van der Heever, and they'll be also looming up there onto the back of the 33 car of Stephen McCarthy to put another lap on them.
Last incident by Willem Buerta, the Zoo Racing outfit, doing the Koenig slide with the nibble. The nibble part is the part. Ooh, that was the Luc de Kezi Francois Yabert car that came through there, and then Hammer and Lazarus came through there as well. So 3 cars coming through while the recovery is being done there by the Zoo Racing man Willem Buerta, and he gets that one back out on circuit. So that was a bit costly in terms of time, and also a bit costly in terms of track position as such. Basically, Sia having gotten past Stephen Koenig, taking 1.4 seconds out of him, still finds himself 21 seconds behind his team.
Well, the other car that went past we saw there was a 000, and that was Jacob Foster. that went past him over there. But yes, now Familiaris and that man Kutsia, they got two back markers that they're going to have to pick up pretty soon. There is Jaco Foster making his way around in that 000 Porsche for Team Heap Together Links, as they are sitting fourth overall and first in the Masters category. Lovely looking spray job there on that 000 car of Foster, and Jan Spalmers is Jaco Foster's teammate, and he is just sliding his way around here, and all they need to do is the two of them is keep it on the tarmac, and they should, even though there's still a lot of time left, they should win the Masters category.
Zaman Lazarus brings it into the pits. We look on the right hand side, Jaco Foster in the 000. That's the man on screen. 8.8 seconds ahead of him on track is Luke Lucchesi. Should he catch Luke Lucchesi, he will put Luke Lucchesi one lap down. Should Luke Lucchesi get away from him and catch up from behind, Luke Lucchesi would then be able to take over that first position in class. The gap is moved by about 2 seconds in the last 8 or 9 laps. Luke Lucchesi around about 9 seconds ahead of Jaco Foster out on circuit. So take 9 seconds away from a 6 minute 29 lap. That's the 6 minutes 20 between first and second position in class.
Well, it's hard to believe that the quickest lap out there was 6 minutes and 25 by the elite class to a dollar check. And that car is not in this race anymore. It doesn't seem right, does it? But yeah, that is the nature of motor in place. But so look at Dr. Foster that's sitting out there, first in class, fourth overall, and he is Luke Lucchesi, as a matter of fact, is the quickest driver of the Masters category. He's just done a 6:26.993, well, that has been his time of 6:26.993. And as you can see there on your screen, a 6:25.981. That is the quickest time in the elites set up by a car that is sadly no longer in the race.
We will be back with you shortly. Right, folks, we're back with you, and just as we went to that break, you saw first and second, the Team Heat Together Lynx and Team Pantera Racing, both of them standing back to back in the pit lane, and literally one lap apart between them. And it's Jaco Forster that leads out from Francois Hubert, but in terms of on the circuit, there's nothing much between them. It's just a couple of seconds, almost a lap between the two. Jaco Forster being there behind Francois Hubert on circuit, but as we said earlier on, if Jaco Forster catches Francois Hubert, he puts him a lap down. If Francois Hubert can get away and catch him from behind, for the lead of Forster's.
But up front in the elite category, that's about the only place where the action is at this point in time, with everybody else's minutes behind each other in intervals and more minutes when it comes to gap between the overall leaders. It's really between Familiaris, Kutsia, and Buata. That is where the action is at this point in time. Everything else, even though they are diving in and out the pit and doing the necessary routine pit stops, it's pretty much stagnant out there in that. Duggan's has done a personal best of a 631.892 as a matter of fact, but it's basically between Julian Familiaris, who's 24 seconds ahead there of Jason Kutsia, and Jason Kutsia on the other hand is 39 minutes ahead there, seconds, I apologize. Kutsia ahead there of Jacques Buata. So it is all to play for first, second, and third between the three of them as we look at that BMW of Jacques Buata for THT Champions Racing, and he is there in that third position. Gary, there's the pit stop strategy, and you can tell us a bit more about what you read there on that board.
Well, you can see Familiaris and Kutsia pretty much on the same strategy all the way through, and then we had Buata and teammate that stretched it out for the first, the second, the third, and the fourth pit stop. Did a very short pit stint, but it could be linked to damage on the car. Then did another very short stint, and you can see that they just done a pit stop. Let's just have a look, see what was the lap the last time that they were in, lap 44, so 4 laps, which is literally 24 minutes, 26 minutes in fact, in terms of the difference between lap 40 and lap 44. So does that mean that Buata's got it right? Well, we'll only know at the top end of this. It's going to take 7.5 minutes for us to work out who got that strategy right. Can Jacques Buata run to the end with what he's got now? If he can, and the two cars in front of him have got to go into the pits, well, he's in with a shout. There's no doubt about it. Will he get ahead then of Julian Familiaris? I tend to not think so. Let's have a look at the pit time that they were in the pits. Looking at a normal, just a fuel stop, 37 seconds for a tire stop, around about the 51-second mark, and there is just over a minute between Jacques Buata and Julian Familiaris. So Jacques Buata is in with a chance if he's on one stop less than the two cars in front of him of splitting the Durant Motorsport cars up front. Julian Familiaris would have to make a mistake, go off, have a tow back to pits or something for it to be taken away from him right.
Either way, it's going to be interesting to see when the checkered flag comes out on the 6-hour mark. We've got 57 minutes still to go before we get to the checkered flag in this 6-hour of the Nürburgring, brought to you by ASAP New and Used Motor Spares in Pretoria West, as a matter of fact, there in Gauteng. And their website is asapspares.co.za. There is Jaco Forster, the man that sits P1 in the Masters category. And really, all they have to do, he and Jan Sparmers, all they have to do is just keep that car pointing in the right direction, as he's going to come up and put a lap there on Janeman Prius. and then you'll target Raymond Duggan. After that, Francois Hubert is back in that car. He's taken it over from Luc Lucchesi. Francois Hubert and Luc Lucchesi, the teammates, in that second position behind the man that you see there, Forster, that is going to put another lap there on the 71 BMW of Janeman Prius.
You can see he's blindingly good on the brakes, and on every braking marker he just picks up more and more ground. He's in there behind the BMW. They'll dive out probably to the left hand side. Have a wave to the driver of the 71 car. Hello and goodbye.
Yeah, we'll see you later, bud. We'll see you
At the finish line.
for a nice cold one at the finish line. That's for sure. Yes. So Jaco Forster, that's down that long straight before we get to the final corner, and he puts a lap there on Janeman Prius now. He will be targeting Raymond Duggan. He's not far behind Raymond Duggan to put another lap there on Raymond Duggan. Is that man Jaco Forster? That's heading towards the end of the lap. There is the final turn there with the pit lane on the right hand side, and then down that short straight, and then pit lane will be on his right hand side as he works his way through turn 1 and into turn 2 to start another lap. So Forster is getting closer and closer to Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan sitting 4th overall in the elite category, and he's going to go a lap down there to Jaco Forster.
Probably, Frankie, the best drive to date by Jaco Forster and teammate. I think so.
Yes, I think so. I don't believe that they've ever won, as you see Duggan go through on your screen there. And here comes Forster. Behind him is a man that he lapped, Janeman Prius. They haven't won a 6-hour endurance yet in this class. It's basically been, most of the time, it's been Luc Lucchesi and Francois Hubert. And there has been other drivers that's been right in there as well. Forster and Sparmers have been in there, but yeah, to my knowledge, it will be the first time that they see the checkered flag in P1. But we still got 53 minutes to go. I don't want to do and give them the commentators curse.
No, that would not be fair.
Definitely not. They don't deserve that. What they do deserve is a win in class.
No doubt about it. And for those of you that don't know Jaco Forster, one of the things that he does is a livery on these iRacing cars, and for a nominal fee you can get the livery done by Jaco Forster. So if you can have a look on the necessary pages, Second Gear Productions, on the Western Commentators Association, you can pick it up at Tiny's Pit Box, and iRacing South Africa, you can pick up the details there of Jaco Forster. You can have a chat with him, and he can do the necessary layouts for you on some beautiful livery, just like that car that you see out there on circuit right now. He, in fact, Frankie, also did the livery for the South Africa versus New Zealand, and we're waiting for the rematch on that one.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting stuff. I expected the guys from New Zealand to literally show us the way to the checkered flag. Theoretically, I suppose they did, but the gap, if you added up all the points between them and the TSA, was not that bad at all. So our drivers didn't do themselves and their reputations any harm whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I think they learned something from it. And what they would have learned from it, Gary, is that rubbing is racing.
Yes, no, there was a little bit of rubbing is racing. There was a little bit of robust rubbing is racing. And there was a little bit of your background. How's your mommy out there as well?
Over the top, rubbing is racing.
Yo, how's your mommy's like a double version of rubbing wheel nuts at 127 kilometers an hour. But the rematch, remember the first one with the track was chosen by Darren Log from New Zealand, and he put together the invitation side, that the top 20 that raced against us here. It was the top 10 from MSA GTE 2022 and the top 10 from season 5 of Sports and GT Masters. The rematch is going to be a track and a car chosen by us here in South Africa. Probably a decision made between the likes of Luke Lucchesi in conjunction with Mike Berrier and Sandra Picari, and also then I'm sure they'll chat with the likes of Jaco Steyn and then Jaco Forster that was also involved with this one specifically. So I think they'll put their heads together and say, okay, what is another circuit where slipstreaming is a major advantage, and that makes up then for the gaps that there is, that if you're almost on the pace but you can slipstream well, you can hang in there with the guys that's more experienced and quicker than you out there on circuit. Having a brilliant session as see, that's a biggie, Jaco Forster. Well. Now that is the difference between making it nice and easy. This is going to cost. Now remember, just 6 seconds up the road, or 8 seconds up the road, is the car that was in second position, and that time is now ticking away. Francois Joubert and Luc Lucchesi. The question now is the car of Jaco Forster in the same condition that it was. Let's have a look. Is that steering wheel still centered? If we can get a cockpit shot of that one, to see when he gets it. That doesn't look like. Oh, it's definitely got damage. That means he's going to have to go into the pits. This is going to be a game changer.
And he is not going to have the speed. No, it doesn't want to go in a straight line. I'm sure it's crabbing to a certain degree as well. In a straight line, look at that steering wheel. It's turned almost 45 degrees to the right, which means he won't be able to center his wheels when he wants to go in a straight line or turn left or right. That means he's going to have to overturn the steering wheel to get the wheels where it's supposed to be, one way or another, less in the left direction than what he'll have to turn it in the right direction. And this could change the game with 49 minutes left on the clock. This could possibly change the game for Jaco Forster and Jan Sparmers.
5:52 down to 5:44 already. That's the amount of time. Now he's still going to go through this complex of corners, and he's going to have to take it easy through there, because if he loses it, it's going to make a massive difference to be able to get that car turned around and going again. He's battling to keep it off that curbstone. Down to 5 minutes 41. He's doing a decent pace out there, but not easy. Remember, he's got that. That's the second time, and now it's going to get even worse. 5 minutes 38. There's 5 minutes 37, and he's now got the long straight. Now, Frankie, he's almost sitting 90 degrees with the steering wheel. 5:54 down to 5:34. 20 seconds lost already, and hasn't even gone into the pits yet.
Well, that's a long straight. It'll take him towards the end of the lap, and he's in serious trouble there. He is in massive trouble. Luckily, the car isn't crabbing too bad, and but yeah, man, he's in trouble. What's he gonna do when he gets to that little right, left, right type chicanes?
We saw Luc Lucchesi a couple of hours ago. In fact, in the exact same scenario, he made it back to the pits, but he battled to get it into the pit lane as such.
Well, I said the car would be crabbing. It is crabbing. I did say it isn't crabbing that bad. It isn't, but he has to come into the pits now to try and get it into the pit lane with the steering wheel. That's about 90 degrees. He's in trouble now. Is Jaco Forster, and Jan Sparmers will be shouting in his ear, what has gone wrong there? What happened? And the question is, can they get that car sorted and get it out before Joubert gets to him? Somehow I don't think so. There's a lot of damage there as Jan Sparmers jumps in to the rig. So when that car is sorted out, Jan Sparmers will take the car probably towards the checkered flag. The big question is, how long will that car remain stationary in its pit box?
Well, you see where that green number 2 is, and that's only almost a third of a lap that he is away from the pits, and already Jan Sparmers is on the pit exit. So although it could have been a total game changer, it has not worked out like that, because this specific circuit, the guys have decided that they've got unlimited quick repair, and for that reason you just have to get it back to the pits. And you'll see there the number 1 at the bottom end of your screen That is that man there. That is Jan Spammers. And a little bit further up the roadway is, in fact, Francois Hubert. Should we now end with a situation where that Spammer's car has got to go back into the pits and Francois Hubert doesn't, well, then it could turn itself around and Francois Hubert and Luc Pizzi could look at a win. Barring that, I think Jan Spammers is closing with 45 minutes to go. 6 hours of the ASAP new and used parts 6 hour of this 20.6 kilometer circuit brought to you by iRacing South Africa in conjunction with Second Gear Productions. We'll be back with you soon.
Could this be the game changer? Jason Kutsia and Yuli Swan. They are in the pit lane. The Durand Motorsport team has made its way into the pit lane. And are they going to come out ahead there of Jacques Botha? If they don't come out ahead of Jacques Botha, they want to be right on his back bumper and then make him sweat it out until the checkered flag. The question is, will he then have to make another pit stop? He will take the lead, but guess what? The Durand boys are moving. The Durand boys are moving, and they're moving together. This is brilliant tactics there by Durand Motorsport. They came in together, they leave out together, they come out in second and third position. There's a tenth between them, and there's only 5.3 seconds, in total 5.7 between Mitchell and Botha. So now, with 5 hours and 17 minutes done, now this could become a sprint race. The question is, however, Gary, has Botha got enough fuel to get to the end, or does he have to do a splash and dash? If he must do that, then victory will go to Durand Motorsport.
Well, 4 laps is the difference between them, between Jacques Botha and Swart and Mitchell. In terms of, one much closer than that. So Fred Wallenchik was the only one that could do that kind of thing well. Give it up for Byron Mitchell. In fact, Byron Mitchell's decided he doesn't want to sit behind Kumpy. He actually wants to get past Kumpy and does exactly that. He's got the inside line going into that corner and he takes over the lead. They must just not touch one another. So the bottom line now, can Jacques Botha make it to the end, yes or no? I'm going to give Frankie the opportunity to commentate. I'm going to go and see if I can make some homework of it and find out if Jacques Botha can make it to the end.
I think what you must do, Gary, is see if you can't maybe get Garth de Villiers on the line for us as well. And hopefully he can give us the inside information, although I don't think he's going to give too much away. But we might be able to have a chat with him at all possible. But what I can tell you right here, right now, is that approaching 40 minutes. Oh, and Mitchell got that thing twitching underneath him. That is not what he needs right now, Byron Mitchell. And Umpi would have said, come on, you cannot lose it now. We are only, just over 7 seconds behind Jacques Botha. I don't know if Botha must do another pit stop or not. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting to watch and see what Botha does. Botha will be talking to his teammate there, to Wayne Wortley, and saying, right, Wayne, we're going to have to work this one out because these guys are coming. Durant Motorsport is on the move, and they are in flying formation in the second and third. How many times haven't we seen them do the flying formation for first and second across the line? They now in second and third, and that's not where they want to be. They want to be back in the 1-2 positions, and they want to take that win away there from Jacques Botha. 0.3 of a second between Swart and Mitchell. That's not what it's about, because I don't believe that the Umpi will attack Byron at this point in time, but they do need to work together to be able to get closer to Botha, and there is approximately 7.5 seconds between the combination of Mitchell and Swart in second and third to the overall race and class leader Jacques Botha.
Well, Frankie, as we all like to say, second gear, we bring you the inside line. Second gear productions, we do exactly the same. So let's speak to the man that's right in there, Julian Familiaris, the teammate of Umpi Swart. Julian, good evening to you.
Hi Gary, how are you?
Fantastic. Well, your boys are now running nose to tail. There's just on an 8-second gap to Jacques Botha. The question is, you guys went in on lap 48, 4 laps before that, which is literally 24 minutes earlier. Jacques Botha was into the pits. According to your calculations, can Jacques Botha make it to the end without a pit stop?
Gary, at the moment we're not really sure about everybody's strategies. You know, a lot of the guys have picked up damage throughout the race, so you know, to make uncalled pit stops. So we suspect that Jacques did have a pit stop related to damage or something like that, but we do think that he's going to have to do a splash and dash near the end, but only time will tell. Like I say, everyone's on a different strategy. Even the R2 cars were on a different strategy for the last 5 hours. So yeah, it's just how endurance racing works. You don't really know who's going to cross the line until the last minute.
Off the top of your head, how many minutes do you think a car can stay out on circuit on one tank of fuel?
Look, the max amount of laps is about 9 laps with a bit of fuel saving. So looking at about 54, close to an hour, yeah, about 57 minutes or so, somewhere around there.
Well, it's done 5 laps already by Jacques Botha. Another 4 laps is 4 minutes splash and dash. I got the right body. This works. Splash and dash with such a short period to go. How much time would Jacques Botha need at the head of Byron to go and out?
Look, he's going to need more than 15 seconds. I mean, just the pit lane entrance alone with the stop itself takes quite a bit of time. So regardless, even if it's 10 liters or 30 liters, you know, you're going in the pit, so you need quite a good buffer for that pit lane time. So, like I say, it's maybe Jacques makes it to the end. He's had good pace all race, so he could do a bit of fuel saving. We're not sure at this moment.
I somehow don't think he's going to put for fuel saving. He's taken 7.5 out of Byron, and is 9.1 ahead of Umpi. Byron's really got the hammer down, and you'll probably find that he's trying to ensure that it's not in. Jacques Botha goes into the pits. Jacques Botha goes into the pits, and that was the deciding factor. He's trying to pick that up quickly on screen. There's Jacques Botha, there is Umpi Swart, and there is Byron Mitchell that has gone through. So, okay, according to Familiaris, folks, looks like they're going to run to the end. Are you pretty sure, Julian, that barring unforeseen circumstances, you've got enough juice to run to the end of this with 26 minutes to go?
Yes, we both feel quite enough. Yeah, we'll make it to the end, no problem.
Awesome stuff. Team orders in terms of who should end where, or is it best man over the line first?
Best man over the line first.
I love the way you think. Good luck with the mobile V8s up at Swartkops next week, Saturday, and hope to see you at a racetrack in the not too distant future. Well done, Julian. Let me
Thank
be
you,
the
Kevin.
first person to congratulate you on what looks to be a 1-2 for Durant Motorsport. Well, Frankie, that's the inside line from Julian from the RS.
And it basically panned out exactly what I said. That if Botha had to go for a splash and dash, was my words, and then he would lose that lead. And that is exactly what happened. So I did say if he had to go for a splash and dash, he'd lose the lead and Durant Motorsport would take it. And that is exactly what Julian said as well. And that is exactly the way it panned out. I don't know if you noticed, Gary, the moment two of them got their noses ahead there of Botha, Umpi flashed lights at Byron. And basically, I would think that way said to me, we've done it. We've done it. We've got enough fuel. We're first and second. We're nose to tail. All we have to do now is just not do any silly mistakes and bring these two Mercs to the checkered flag for the Run Motorsport in P1 and P2. That was probably what the flash of light was. And you probably found that they both were shouting in their headsets at each other, saying, yes, yes, we got it. And also talking to Julian and to Jason as well. So yeah, they have done it, but I wouldn't say they've done it yet. Chances are good that they're going to do it, but it would have been the hard way for them if they pull off a 1-2 in this one. Do they deserve it? You bet they do. But their brains between the four of them and whoever else was involved from Durant Motorsport would have been working overtime, and I mean uber overtime, to get them into first and second positions. Now look at Jacques Botha. Jacques Botha in that third place, man. He is 27.3 seconds behind uh, Umpi Swart. I'm not going to say his spirits are broken, because definitely not. He's not going to give up, because 27 seconds is nothing. If Mitchell or Swart makes a mistake anywhere out there, then that 27 seconds will be gone in a blink of an eye, and he will be either up into P2 or even P1. So he might feel a little bit dejected right now, but trust me, he's not going to stop pushing, that's for sure.
I think the fact that Jacques Botha had that crash and then had to go back into the pits, let's go a long way back, 2 hours 48 in fact, and this, if it will come up for us, this was Jacques Botha in the team heaped together car, and just got it completely off, whacked it into the barrier, took off the bonnet, and did quite a bit of damage. Now, at that point, all was looking well. They had stretched it out as far as what they possibly could, and it was looking good that they were going to end up with one pit stop less at that stage of the fight, and it was all looking pretty good. But Jacques Botha then had to go into the pits, and that untimely pit stop that you saw there, that he was in the pits, that was what made the difference. And I think that that one off, we had to be able to have a chat with Jacques Botha, we can't because he's out there on circuit at the moment. That was the deciding factor between breaking the dominance of Durant Motorsport in endurance racing.
It's quite possible that what you're saying there, Gary, is what caused a possible win, but then there's lots of other factors. The run guys also made the mistakes out there, and there was also one or two of those Mercs that were up against the Omco barriers as well. So yeah, I guess it's six of the one, half a dozen of the other. But either way, you've got to be in it to win it, and he did make that critical mistake, him and his teammate Wayne Wortley, and they find themselves in that third position, 27 seconds behind Swart and 28 seconds behind Mitchell, as we jump to the man that sits in P1 in the Masters category, and that is Jan Sparmers. He's got some way to go before he picks up and puts a lap there on corner Bria, Ganneman Prius and Johan Erasmus. But he sits in a commanding uh, first position in the Masters category. Then you see that man there, 4 minutes and 26 seconds behind Jan Spaners is Francois Hubert and his teammate Luke Lucchesi in that number 3 um, BMW that you see making its way around. And after the bad luck that they had in the opening stint of this race, I do believe that they will be happy with that second position. Not exactly what Francois and what Luke would have been looking for, but they'll take a top 3, they'll take that second position. I love the team that's in third position here, Mike Verrier and Steve McCarthy. They are a lap down to Byron Mitchell and 4 minutes and 15 seconds behind Francois Hubert. And trust me, believe me when I tell you that Mike and Steve in that Audi R8 with that V10 power plant will be very, very happy with a top 3 in the Masters category.
I do believe that they're going to have to do one more stop. If you listen to Julian Familiaris from the two leading teams up top, the Durant Motorsport teams, he was saying around about 9 laps. 6 nines is 54. Add a half a minute times 6 to that, it's about 55 and a half minutes. And if you look at Mike Verrier, they were last in on lap 43. They're now on lap 51. That's 8. My calculation says either this lap or on the following lap, probably we're going to find that the 8424/7 Suitbeam Properties Mike Verrier backslash Steve McCarthy entry is going to have to make a additional pit stop. Should not be a problem for them. They are 5 minutes 40 ahead of Herman Lazarus, and I think you'll find that they will do that one stop, probably a lap and a half from now, and that will then take them to the end of this race.
Oh, they'll come in P3 in class and they'll exit the P3 in class. I don't think that's going to hassle them too much. They are 5 minutes and 40 seconds ahead of the combination of Lazarus and Bakari. That is a fourth there in the Masters. So that really wouldn't cost them their third position. So well done once again there to Mike and to Steve, although it's not over yet. We've got 28 minutes to go before we see the checkered flag as we see the man that is fourth overall in the Masters, Lazarus, and he is 2 laps behind the leader and 5 minutes and 40 seconds behind Mike Verrier.
The cheaper cars entry is pretty well where they would want to be, up there in the top 4. Obviously, it's nice to be in the top 3, but they there and thereabouts. They haven't gone in on lap 42. Mike and them haven't gone in on lap 43. They will probably also have one more stop to do, but they will have a bit of a gap to the Ferrari of Erasmus that has also got a same and similar situation, having gone in last on lap 42. So all 3 will have to go in, all 3 will come out, and I think it will be pretty much deja vu that they will end in the order that they are. But as Frankie said earlier on, there's only one thing that's certain in motorsport, and that's nothing is certain in motorsport. So anything but anything can happen, and well, we'll come back to you for sure.
We've got 19 minutes left on the clock before we see the checkered flag. And Byron Mitchell and Umpi Swart sitting out there in P1 and P2 as we look at Jan Spalmers. That's now behind the wheel of that Porsche. And he's taken that car over, has Jan Spalmers from Jaco Forster. And with 19 minutes left on the clock, Jan Spalmers will now take that Porsche to the checkered flag and victory in the Masters class with 4 minute and 13-second lead on the combination of Francois Hubert and Luc Lucchesi that is there in that second position in that category. But Byron Mitchell and Yuri Umpiswar, man, have they done it right. There is 3 seconds now between Byron and Umpi. And I think Umpi's just dropped off a little bit to get himself into some clean air so you can stomp on the gas of that Mercedes-Benz and haul it around this circuit as quick as he possibly can and still keep in touch with his teammate, with Byron Mitchell, because he was right on Byron Mitchell's back bumper early on. Then he dropped down to about 1.6 seconds behind Byron. He's now 3.2 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. They've got this one in the bag. Gary, will they do the formation flying when they get to the end? I think they will, but they need to have enough time between themselves and Jacques Botha as to be able to do it. Otherwise, Botha will be all over them as Mike Verrier makes his way into the pit area.
And hands over to Steve McCarthy. Will take that car to the end. They've got 14.2 kilometers the gap between themselves and Herman Lazarus. As he works his way around with tipcars.co.za, that BMW, that's the 3 second race data that they are out there in, and they are well set with the situation that they are in with Steve McCarthy on the pit exit. So we'll take that one out and take it to the checkered flag. Barring accidents and unforeseen towbacks, I think Jan Spammers and teammate will win this one ahead of Francois Hubert and teammate from Steve McCarthy and teammate from Herman Lazarus and teammate, and then Johan Erasmus and teammate. Unfortunately, we've lost out on the Robbie teams, Johan Engelbrecht teams, and they it's just not worth it. Too far out of it, not going to carry on from here. And we'll only have 5 people of the 7 that started in the Masters category that will then make it through to the finish. A lot of effort and interest gone into the Jacques Botha car. He's had a very good run, him and Wayne Wortley in the Team Heat Together Champs, the elite class. And Stephen Kearney did confirm with us that they have in fact won a title before, and they are quite happy with the situation as it is now, that this will be their 2nd title in endurance racing for 2022.
Oh yeah, they do believe it. Yeah, they one, as Stephen said, the title before. I think we can just confirm, because I don't keep tabs on stats. I don't think they've won a 6-hour before. They might have, but I just can't remember, because there's so much racing that we are involved in that you tend to sometimes forget that. But Corne Briet sits there in that 4th position. He and Raymond Duggan share that iRSA Racing green Ferrari, and they are 1 lap behind Byron Mitchell, and they are 9 minutes behind 3rd place man Jacques Botha, and they are 2 minutes and 35 seconds ahead of Lucky Stein. So Corne Briet them as the clock runs out. They're approaching 14 minutes to go. They would have secured that 4th position. But look at Umpi Swart, my goodness, from 3.2 seconds, he's just bombed it right in there on the back bumper of Mitchell. Now, Did he up the pace and catch Mitchell, or did Byron slow down and wait for him? If we put the last laps up, we'll be able to see exactly. No, Mitchell did a 6:31, Umpi did a 6:33. The matter of fact, Umpi was slower than Byron Mitchell, so maybe the lap before that, Mitchell might just have lifted up a bit and said, "Come, Umpi, come and join me, and let's do this," with 13.5 minutes left to go.
Probably fine if you see this, the lap time at the end of this one would be that Inky Swart was noticeably quicker than Byron Mitchell.
Yes.
On that previous lap there was 2.3 seconds in it. It's now closed up at 2.3 seconds, and whatever the lap was previous to that. And you probably find that Garth has said to them, "Hey guys, you guys faffing around 1.5 seconds apart, and you're looking at Jacques Burton and Corne Burton. Ooh, Jaco Stein's just got a massive incident. Let's see if we can pick that one up." And he's now told the boys to get it all together so that it was up on screen. And that shot was exactly what we could see. Let's see if we can get a slightly different play on that one. So one shot, go back to Jaco Stein. Let's see how this one goes. This one is in front of me. Still wants to play with.
But you get an idea of what happened to Jaco Stein in between the leaves of that tree there at the Nürburgring in the city of Nürburg in Germany. The time is now beginning to run out. There's 0.7 of a second between Mitchell and Swart as we go back to our same tree again.
The tree's grown since the racing started, because it wasn't like that at the beginning.
See, Sandro Bakari before in the Masters there in the pit area in his BMW, and he's taken over there from Herman Lazarus, and Sandro Bakari and Herman Lazarus will finish 4th position in class, and Sandro will be the driver that takes that BMW to the checkered flag with 5 hours and 48 minutes done. We are approaching the 11-minute mark.
Sandro Bakari, man, it's also done a lot of work in the background to promote iRacing in South Africa, starting off with the Sports and GT, with in the backup there for Mike Berrier. Then Sports and GT Masters, once again continuing in the format of the backup there for Mike Berrier. And one stage when Mike wasn't able to do it, Sandro took over the reins and did all the to put up practice sessions and races and correlate for us. So the likes of Sandro Bakari, Mike Berrier, Jaco Stein, Jaco Forster, Jaco Stein, these are the people, Luc Bekesi, pretty much the 5 most involved people that there are in the background between TCR, Touring Cars, USA GT Series, the Porsche Cup Series, the Sports and GT Masters as such, and then the 6-hour endurance races. So to all 5 of those guys, a big thanks to all the guys that have been doing sponsorship and assistance to the big 6 that have checked the productions pretty much on the map, going out on the 14, 15, 60 frames per second, a bit rate of 10,000. It's awesome stuff. That's pretty much as good as it gets, unless you've got a whole big room full of back. Big thanks to the Big 6 and that initiative started out by Philip Spade to put that one together. And now we're going to be doing an upgrade on the sound system. We'll be getting on the 22nd of this month, Jaco Stein coming down to Cape Town for some buy some real estate down here in Cape Town, and he'll be doing the installation of our cordless headsets, and then we'll be pretty much on 5.1 surround sound on the headsets as well, and then pretty much on as far as we can go in terms of getting the right equipment together. Ably backed by 2 of the best commentators in South Africa, Frank Guinness, the voice of Westfront Motorsport, known throughout South Africa for all the different genres of motorsport that he covers for almost 3 decades, and then also to FC Nivo, the man from Yoastars in Rage Productions, that also travels with me around the country to a lot of the oval track events. And that combination together, it's pretty much a winning combination. Super tough to be able to do this from the second year production side down here in Cape Town. What will 2023 hold? It's going to be very interesting. We're going to be going from a GTE to GT3 on MSA. We've crossed the T's and dotted the I's, and we've got into a situation where MSA will in fact be putting a title behind whoever comes out top in the GT3 series. The Porsche Cup will be the follow-on from that, as we see Francois Joubert cutting the pit lane line. Hope he's not going to get any points penalty for that. Ask the likes of Mr. Perez. He'll tell you what it's like to make little errors and get 5-second penalties. So all things being equal, it will be GT3 MSA. It will be a touring cars. I think it's a possibility that it will be under the auspices of Alpine Auto. It will be the Masters series that will be going down. The Porsche Cup will be the overflow from the GT3 series as such. And then iRacing South Africa will continue on the up and up as they have up until now. 7.5 minutes to go. Swad leads out, and very handsomely the guys have made it once again to the front end of the field. The only people that chose to go the Mercedes route. They've obviously got those cars dialed in very, very neatly, and they will be super chuffed with that one. Jacques Buerter in that third position, and it looks like the pressure is starting to come.
Yeah, this is a replay of Jacques Buerter that's in that third position, and he goes into that very tricky left-hander and does some damage to the rear end there of that BMW of his. And look, he and Wayne Wortley will not be very happy about the fact that it's ended this way for them. Yes, they will podium, and they'll be happy with the third place from that point of view, but they would have felt that they could have taken on Durant Motorsport and that they could have beaten them. But you don't just take on the likes of Durant Motorsport, Judith Swart, Judith Milaris, Byron Mitchell, and Jason Kutsia, and just drive away from them just because you can. But I must say, I'm going to take my hat off to Jacques Buerter and to Wayne Wortley. They did extremely well. They took the fight to Durant Motorsport, knowing that they're taking on a mighty team. What I would like to see next year, though, is, and I think it's going to happen, that teams will be allowed. Teams in the sense of not 2 drivers per 1 car. That is a team, but a team can actually have more than 1 car out there. Durant Motorsport did it. The other guys didn't go that route for 2022. And let's hope that a few more driver team combinations for 2023 will go the route of more than 1 car per team. It'll just make it a whole lot more interesting.
No doubt about it, and I think whoever links up with the likes of Troy Dolenchik are going to get themselves into a very, very decent position to be able to take on the likes of Durant Motorsport, and then in fact the likes of Luc Petesi and Francois Joubert as a team. Utterly amazing. They are definitely the cream of the crop in terms of masters, as we go down to exactly 5 minutes to go. Getting just a little bit on the edge there is Jacques Buerter, as he just catches the tail end. So he hasn't given up. He's been pushing hard, and I think the fatigue could be coming through just a little bit now. But it's not over until the fat lady sings. They have to keep it all together. You don't want to tow back to the pits at this stage of the fight. It could still cost that podium position.
Yeah, look, he's got that third place wrapped up. He's 9 minutes and 35 seconds ahead of Corne Breed, that is in that 4th position. So he's safe in that third. That third place is guaranteed to be along to himself and to Wortley. So if I was Jacques Buerter, I wouldn't even bother to go after Durant Motorsport. Not going to catch him right now. You're 27, nearly 28 seconds behind them. and there is a 4 minutes left to go. So unless they make a mistake, that's the only way you're going to end either in first or in second position. So if I was Jacques Burtner right now, just ease off a little bit and just keep on doing it, knowing that that third position is mine, and then just see what the Duran Motorsport boys do. Will they make a mistake? Highly unlikely. That I can promise you. That's a very professional setup that Yuri Biswar GTI Challenge Class A, and he is one of the best out there in the GTI Challenge Class A, that's for sure. And in the Volkswagen Polo Cup SA National Championship, as I said earlier on, he's in a fight in that championship with Quinton Mercedes, with Davy van der Merwe, and even with Visser Jr. for that championship. He just missed out on it in 2021 with Leighton Fourie, so he'd like to have a go at it this year. So between karting, between national main circuit racing and the club and regional, he's one of the best. Then Byron Mitchell that sits there in that second position. Byron Mitchell, Clubman's driver, GTI Challenge driver, and a man that also races single seaters at the Cologne International Raceway as well. So these two young men, and karting, he's was one of the top karters at Cologne International Raceway, and these two guys are not going to make any mistakes out there. That I can guarantee you. As the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to go, they mustn't play around too much, these guys, otherwise it could end in a whole heap of unhappiness.
Well, I'll tell you what, if they could turn on another round right now, Jacques Burtner just 28 seconds behind them, that would be a massive turn up in the books. Well, yeah, last. But as you say, these guys are pretty much at the top end of their game. And remember to watch the racing on sport books. You'll see the likes of Olympic, Morris, all of these guys that's going to be racing. To the last round of the Extreme Festival 2022. And then remember, the last Sunday of this month is going to be the motor show on the Raceway, the home of West Sports and Peak Masters. And you'll also be able to get a lot of the racing drivers that are involved with the racing will be there. In fact, the presentation of some prize money will be done at that exact day. Will be the 30,000, 20,000 and 10,000 that was made available for the USA GP series, which ended up in
I don't even notice, Gary, it's no longer Mitchell from Swart, it's now Swart from Mitchell. So while you and I were busy going through all sorts of things, Mitchell dropped down into that second position. Remember, Yuri Swart had dropped off at one stage of the game to give himself some gap, and they have made the swap, and Yuri Swart sit out there in P1 with Byron Mitchell in that second position. Will it end that way? Will they swap again? I don't know. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because endurance racing goes about a team winning, not about a specific driver. It's about the teamwork. It's not the individual racing, endurance racing. It's team racing and getting the entire team to a podium and to accumulate the points that way. Now, here comes Mitchell. Oh man, they mustn't get it wrong right now. The time is up. 6 hours. He's done 6 hours. He's finished.
no!
What have they done? What the heck have they done?
Right on the last, it was getting too good, too lekker, and Umpi Swart made it through there, but Byron Mitchell didn't, and Byron's not going to be that far ahead of Jacques Burtner right now. And well, Jacques Burtner will see the seconds that have changed. If there's any damage to the car of Byron Mitchell, it's going to be difficult for him to hold on to that position. And let's see how the gap plays itself out from Jacques Burtner to Byron Mitchell.
You wouldn't believe this in a month of Sunday. I was saying earlier on, they mustn't play around with each other too much. It could end in a whole heap of unhappiness. Well, it hasn't ended in a heap of unhappiness yet. Let's have a look and see Mitchell came to sit on the outside, and was he touched by Umpi, or did he lose the tail end in front of Umpi? That is the question. We can replay. Umpi is in the lead. Byron gets to sit on the outside, and I think he lost it all on his own. That's what it looked like to me. I do speak under correct. It's hard to judge from here, but I think Gary Mitchell lost it all on his own, and he is lucky to still be in that just second position. I don't think that was intentional. I think it was an accident, but I don't even know why he tried to go sit on the outside of Umpi at that point in time. I don't think the damage is that bad though, because he's crawling his way back to Umpi, or is Umpi easing off and waiting for him?
I think Umpi is just easing off the gas and getting them across the line together. See how
he's lifting. He's
lifting right off. They've still got 16 seconds on Jacques Buerter, and you'll probably find they're going to go side by side down the long straight, and the two teammates together working very well together. Same size livery on those cars, just the edges, the one being yellow, the other one being red, as they work their way out into the straight. That will be the last straight that they're going to go out on, and he's flashing the light saying, don't worry about it, I'm right here with you. Let's go side by side, and let's do it in style.
Right, are they going to change the lead? That is the question, and I think he went for the lead and then got it wrong, and they are flashing lights at everybody, because this is the checkered flag lap. Surely we've done 6 hours and 2 minutes, and at the end of the day they definitely will be going to the checkered flag. This is going down that long straight towards the checkered flag, and Byron Mitchell sneaks ahead, then Umpi sneaks ahead, and
the last corners is very tight, so they're going to have to do it very neatly to get through there and actually come across the line as level with one another as they possibly can. How's that for a class act?
Well, it doesn't matter. Now they're playing around. Now that is pretty silly to be doing that. And they saw the checkered flag. Camera view that we had there didn't show us the checkered flag. It was a blimp view, so we didn't see the man with the checkered flag. So Yuri Swart won that one from Byron Mitchell in second, and then after the checkered flag they decided to have a little bit of fun with each other, and it caught me unaware, because I didn't expect to see them cross the line from that camera shot, but no harm was done. Umpi Swart brought it home in P1. Byron Mitchell will bring it home in that second position. Jacques Buerter finishes there in third overall and fourth overall, and first in the Masters is the combination of Jan Spalmers and Jackie Forster, and they thoroughly deserve the win in the Masters category.
Looks like Francois Hubert is close to the line there as well. He comes through. That is in that Luke Lucchesi, Red Bull, Pantera Racing, and they come through and take the checkered flag, and that for the second place in class. Guns Farmers is the lead car in the class, and almost a lap between them, so he's got to work his way quite a long way around the circuit. Still there, you'll see the number one, the green number one, just below the 6-hour Enduro 2022 under the iRacing South Africa banner. That's the number one, and that is the man that's going to come through first in class, fourth overall in the race. The elite being won by Umpi Swart. See that tree's going a little bit further. Umpi Swart, Byron Mitchell, and Jacques Buerter, first, second, and third in the elites. And this man, the lead car in Jan Spammers in the Masters class.
Judging by what I'm seeing on the leaderboard, that's going to be the last car on the lead lap as well, because Francois Hubert, yes, he is a lap down. He has taken the checkered flag already, but he will finish second together with Luke Lucchesi in the Masters. So only 4 cars on the lead lap. Yuri Swart, Byron Mitchell, Jacques Buerter, they've crossed the line already. This man that sits in 4th position, and he is the leader of the Masters category, Jan Sparmers together with Jaco Foster, they will bring it home in P4 overall and P1 in class, and they will be the last driver car combination on the lead lap.
Well, I think Jans Farmers can be very, very happy with that, and I think him and Jaco Foster must definitely get a nomination for driver team of the day. And then I think Jacques Witte and Wayne Wortley, I think, must be another
Yes.
nomination for car driver combination on the day. If you could do two people, I would split it between the two of them.
That's for sure, definitely, and that was my train of thought as well. That's a long straight now. Young Sparmers can just blink his eyes for a little bit. He knows he's got a few more corners to go, not much under the bridge. He works his way, and that's the bridge pillar you just saw there on his left hand side. That's pretty much flat out up until roundabout there. Then you climb onto the brakes for the first time, and then around that corner, there's the pit lane on his right hand side, the final right hander, and fourth overall, and P1 in the Masters goes to the combination of Jan Sparmers and Jaco Foster.
That was very, very well done by them. Next one going to come through there will be Jaco Steyn. And I think Jaco Steyn should be pretty tough what they've done. They've been very competitive, didn't make many mistakes at all. And, you know, even to come in the top 5 or 6 in a race like this, you've got to be of the best in South Africa, not just in iRacing South Africa, not just in Sports and GT Masters, not just in touring cars. You've got to be amongst the top 10 in South Africa to be able to do something like this.
So, under the Audi Sport Bridge goes for the final time towards the checkered flag. Is the 88 car of Jaco Steyn for iRSA Racing Red. And he has also done his last lap was a personal best there of a 632.660. So a PB there right towards the very end of this one for Jaco Steyn as he takes that Porsche around the last couple of turns and towards the checkered flag.
Very, very interesting stuff. I'll tell you what, something completely different. A track that we didn't initially think was going to be conducive to great racing, but at the end of the day, it played out very, very interesting. And Jaco Steyn, the man that does so much behind the scenes, is the last man to come through. And wow, that was really good stuff. Let's have a look at some of the results. So there we go. Durant Motorsport winning out first and second overall over the line. That's about as good as it's going to get for any team. And all 4 of them, Byron Mitchell, Jason Kutsia, June Familiaris, and Umpi Swart, the best of the best of the best out there, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and then first of all, in the Masters, as that just popped off the leaderboard there, we'll go to them shortly. So Durant Motorsport in P1 and P2, THC champions in a P3, that is the teams. Fourth overall, iRSA Racing Green, followed by iRSA Racing Red, then Team Heap Together. LDR did not finish sadly, and neither did RBD Digital. So that is the results for the teams. Giving you the results of the drivers, they connected to the teams. Obviously, then Team Heap Together links, winning out the Masters category from Team Pantera Racing, 8 24/7, and Eugene fourth, Scuderia Bakari, fifth, EIU Energy Drink SA, and then Team Bolt Racing and a DNF there for Gazoo Racing.
Oh, that was brilliant stuff. There's your overall first, second, and third overall in the race going to the elites, fourth and fifth going to the Masters, rounding out the top 5. From Second Year Productions, down here in the friendly city of Cape Town, Welgelegen in Parow, From my side, Gary Fleming, thanks very much for joining us. To Frank Yennis, the voice West Brom's Motorsport, that has joined us for each and every one of the 6-hour events. A massive, massive big thank you. And we look forward to the follow-up. When's the next 6-hour going to be? Not too sure. We will keep you up to date and keep an eye on Second Gear page. Keep an eye on iRacing South Africa. Keep an eye on West Province Commentators Association. From my side, Gary Fleming, drive home safely and good night to you, one and all.